had some unanticipated logistical challenges, like I needed to make extra coffee. So thank you all. It is roughly 8:40, October 29th. This is a special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners to consider the draft budget. Before I comment on the agenda and have opening comments about the budget, I think I'm just going to offer public comment. Is anyone here to make public comment? Anybody on Zoom? If you are on Zoom, click raise hand and the wonderful Megan will get you elevated.
Not seeing anybody raising their hand.
Okay.
Yep, you're good.
Thank you all. Public comment is closed. I do want to just quickly clarify, this is posted as an action session. I don't think anybody in the room or in the organization anticipates that we're going to pass this budget today.
It's the action session for the second item on the agenda.
Setting the budget. Okay, thank you. And before I hand it to staff to present the budget, I want to offer opening comments. Randy, Mitch, do you guys have any opening comments?
Go ahead, please. Yeah, good.
You can go. Okay. This is a budget with a proposed budget with a fairly large deficit. I know that it's not my intent to pass a budget that is $4 million underwater. And so we've got a lot of work to do to get to a budget that we can pass. I want to talk a little bit about the process that I have in mind, which is to make sure that we understand and agree with the revenue and expense assumptions that staff is making, and just sort of understand the changes in the budget that either because of external changes or internal changes to the way we're doing business. I think getting all of that on the table so that we really understand the pieces of the puzzle is the first step. And then trying to figure out the right piece of direction that this board would offer to staff feels like an important thing to accomplish today. What's the goal? Are we asking for cuts? Are we asking for changes to projections? And so that's kind of what I have in my mind as far as process. I do want to thank staff for all of their time and effort here. I want to observe that I've been asking around and other commissioners have been talking around the state, and most counties in the state appear to have budgets that are red. We've had severe cost escalation in county government, whether you're talking about patrol deputies, road and bridge costs. We've had additional requirements imposed on us by the state for services that we have to offer and procedures that we have to undertake. The sheriff's office was just talking a month or so ago about reporting requirements, right? Information requirements, and you guys will probably explain that later. So we have had severe cost escalation, and we also have had a number of big savings that we've identified over the last few years. And I want us to keep that in mind as we go. A lot of external forces are causing this budget to look the way it is. And we're going to have to figure this out and pass a budget that is a little bit closer to balanced. So that's kind of my opening comments, but Randy.
I think you did a great job. You spoke for me well.
Yeah, I think we should have the conversation and then decide what the pieces are that do not and do go into the adjustments, whatever that we made. There are certain things that are proposed that are different for this year already. The salary adjustment that we did. So we're going to have to make decisions about what we do and don't include in the recipe. And I think it would be presumptuous for us to decide what those are before we have the conversation. So let's go into it and do that.
Brian and Rachel, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. So as the chair said, we're here to provide an overview and a presentation of our FY 25 proposed budget. I think some of my comments I'm about to give sound like they're gonna be direct response to some of the opening remarks we heard, but I think we knew, given the budget that we presented to you, that some change is probably coming, right? So, and I say this every year, but this is one of the most important decisions, in my opinion, that we bring to you every year. It's our program. It sets forth our program of services. It should be our recommendation of how we accomplish your objectives or your priorities as a board for the year. This has not been a normal budget year for us, given some staff turnover. But again, this is an extremely important decision. Adoption of the county's budget. It's one that we don't take lightly as staff. It's an important document for us. What we do know for sure is that the decisions we make today through this process are going to have an impact on our future. Whatever those decisions are, they will have a direct impact on our future. So the process of budgeting is an important one. Rachel, our Assistant County Manager for Finance, and myself are going to present your FY 25 proposed budget this year. Our department head team is here to answer any specific questions that the board might have as we get into some of the specific budgets that make up the overall document itself. First and foremost, I want to extend a huge thank you to Rachel for all the hard work she put in as a brand new finance director for us. You can have all the experience of budgeting in the world, but every organization does it differently. So that's not an easy task walking in the middle of a budget process. Much work happens behind the scenes to prepare us for this process, to get us to this day. So thank you, Rachel, for everything that you did for us. So again, it's not been a normal budget year for us. For us developing it, for our staff that's developing, and it's not been a normal budget year for any of us, given that our former finance director had left us right as we should have been kicking off our internal budget development process. So Rachel jumped in to pick up someone else's work to get us to this day and working with us. So again, thank you to all our departments and divisions who are here and participated into the development of this book, of this proposal. A lot of work happens at the division and department level to get to this day as well. Budgeting is definitely it's a team sport. It takes all of us to get here today. As was alluded to in the opening remarks, the proposed budget we're reviewing today does unfortunately take a step in the wrong direction in terms of the progress we've made over the last two budget cycles. As you recall, at this point last year, we were discussing the fact we had made better progress with addressing our budget deficit, or the amount we need to use to fund of our fund balance to cover the gap that exists between our proposed revenues and our proposed expenditures for the year. So 2 years ago, the board adopted a budget with a $2.9 million deficit. Last year's, we decreased that to 1.4 million. I know the number of 1 million has been thrown around also. That minus 400,000 was related to the ARPA expenditures. But unfortunately, as was alluded to already, the deficit we are proposing right now in FY 25 is 3.9 million in our general fund. This is due in part to the funding of the recently completed compensation analysis. I think everyone in this room wanted to see that compensation analysis for our employee team funded. So right now, the proposed budget does fund that compensation analysis. It also funds a 3% cost adjustment for staff, projected declines in our revenue projections, and compensation adjustments made throughout the year of this current fiscal year. All of those things contribute to getting us to the $3.9 billion deficit that we're in our general fund. The proposed budget currently projects an overall 2% decline in revenues, due in part to flattening sales tax projections and state legislative actions that's creating caps on property tax growth. But again, with the change in staff that occurred in the midst of our process this year, tremendous amount of effort went to getting us here today, but we would as staff like to give further attention and review of our revenue estimates prior to your ultimate adoption of this budget in December. We do want to give that some more look. We just want to ensure that our projections are as sound as possible when it comes to the revenue that makes up this budget. The board will note that very little has changed with respect to our internal and individual division budgets. We actually sat in this room as a team, literally going line by line through our budgets, identifying cuts in order to fund our compensation analysis. So it was and is everyone's hope that we can fund that to some level, to some degree. Over the last 3 years, the county has averaged a 25% turnover rate. It was 38% between September of 2023 to September of 2024. 38%, that is an extremely high turnover rate. We believe it's due in part to the uncompetitive nature of our compensation system. We can't 100% attribute it to that, but we do think it has a large part in why we have such high turnover. The board will recall, we increased some pay in our road and bridge area because we were having some recruiting difficulty. We had staff return after increasing those salaries, right? So that just gives more credence to the fact that turnover in part is due to our uncompetitive nature of our pay. All of that said, we're clearly not out of the woods when it comes to the structural problem that we have with our general fund budget. We cannot afford or sustain the cost of today's Clear Creek County government with our existing revenue streams. We can't afford the cost of today's government with our existing revenue streams. That's just a fact. So we must face some serious questions moving forward as a team. How do we address that deficit? How do we address that gap? So again, the decisions we make today, whether they're positive or negative, are going to have an impact on our future. We definitely know that. Already heard it in the opening remarks, but I suspect there's a strong desire by the board to discuss how we can bridge this $3.9 million gap. So the more specific that the board can be with us today, the better. In terms of your direction as we go off and do additional work before you ultimately hopefully adopt this document in December. Are there specific targets that we should discuss in terms of cuts? The staff in this room know their budgets best. The staff in this room have the best understanding of the impact that expense reductions will have on their service provision. So we can certainly meet as a team to continue to develop ideas, prioritize cuts, prioritize list of recommended cuts. That's something we can certainly bring. Are there specific board priorities that could be discussed today that could help us as we look at where we might be able to continue to cut? So understanding your priorities would give us that would be helpful for us as we continue to review potential reductions. As I said in my budget message, I do think we could benefit from some kind of a strategic staffing analysis. That's obviously not something we're going to get done by December before you have to adopt this document. But I do think it is something we could benefit from. Finally, before I end the opening here, I should state that we've got this structural problem in our general fund. But there are other funds out there that I think we need to treat differently, that they don't have the same problem. Our road and bridge teams, our EMS teams, they don't have the same problems that we have in our general fund. So I think we need to treat them separately and have conversations about them separately. For instance, our EMS team has prioritized the compensation analysis because we're not competitive with respect to paramedic pay. The original request submitted by EMS included 3 new FTEs and included a new ambulance. Those have been taken out of the budget right now in order to potentially fund the compensation analysis in the EMS fund. So again, I do think we need to, those are separate conversations than the problem that we have in our general fund, which is the lion's share of the expense of the county falls in the general fund. So in closing, our leadership team will continue to work with staff to explore strategies to trim expenditures, optimize processes, but quite frankly, I'm not so sure that's the level of effort that's going to get us where we need to be at this point. We have to address the structural problem that we have, and that means a discussion about our existing service delivery. As long as we're talking about the existing level of revenues coming in, we have to talk about our existing service delivery. That's a topic that's not been on the table to date. So I'm going to stop there, take any questions that may have generated, or I'm sure the presentation we're about to embark on is also going to create enough questions as well. So.
Ready for the presentation?
Yeah.
I just want to observe one thing, which is you referenced work done over the last two budget cycles to identify savings. I want to be sure that the public is aware that since 2016, since 2016, when the Henderson mine told us they were reducing production, boards have been taking steps, right? They froze wages immediately. And so that longer picture, right? We're 8 years into this. We're not 2 years into this, we're 8 years into this.
Well, we're a lot longer than 8 years. Henderson Mine's been reducing production and revenues to no detriment to them. They exist within an economic environment, a mining environment, industrial environment. And this has been going on for a lot longer than 8 years. And it's been reduced from what it had already been reduced to by 2016 with regard to their highest years.
We've been passing deficit budgets since 2016.
Right. And you've done a good job of getting it down. And we have made cuts in the past, but now we are looking at facing an economic environment that's caused us to do a salary review, the payroll review, and what it takes to hire people. And we have to make decisions about that, as well as expenditures, as well as the size of the deficit that we decide to carry going forward. Feels to me like those are the three basic components. And I'm looking forward to an open discussion about all of those. What the different pieces are and how big each one is at the end of the day.
I know it gets frustrating for our staff when we continue to look at, the cut side of the equation, the expense side of the equation. And I know that gets frustrating for them, but that's the piece that we as staff control, right? I mean, we don't control the increase in revenues. That's but they go hand in hand, right? That what we're collecting today does not pay for the level of service being expected of us.
Right. There are four major pieces, and the fourth one's not on the table, which is a revenue increase at this moment in time, because we're not on the ballot this year for any revenue increases, and that's where they primarily come from. And I probably will have some statements about that before the end of the meeting today, but that's the fourth piece, and the three other pieces I just mentioned are the main. Those are the three main dials we can adjust. What are we willing to endure in terms of a deficit? How much of a salary increase can we put into it? How much can we cut? And if we were trying to get, anyway, that'll tell us what we want to do. One defines the cap for the other two. Let's do it.
So, my name is Rachel Harlow-Shaw. I am your new Assistant County Manager for Finance and assuming a Finance Director role, bringing in a different view of how to look at the budget. This was the first summary table that I showed to Brian, and it was intended to just start the narrative about the expense side of the work that I had walked into. And I want to say thank you myself also to the leadership team and the staff at the county. They've been really patient after, I think this is officially a month and a half at the county, and down with, it's just Sarah Lewis, and I can't say thank you enough to Sarah Lewis for her help in continuing to maintain the function of finance. At the same time, we're trying to really build your budget. And on the revenue side, I will put right out front that Maria built, the previous finance director built the revenue projections, and those I've had to rely on. And given that the expense side of the work was not completed when I got here. So there's just insufficient amount of time to do the level of work that needs to be done on the revenue projections and modeling, especially given all of the, as you commissioners wisely pointed out, all of the impacts on a statewide level, and then the obvious pressures to produce quality service. So I just want to make sure you're all aware that the revenue side of this is not something that I've had any time to go after, and I've had to rely on that information provided to me by the previous director. And I also want to say that 6 months worth of time is not an unreasonable amount of time to really dive into the real kaleidoscope of work that goes on within the revenue projections. And just to give you some kind of measure of how I view the importance of that revenue work, it is more than a month's worth of work So getting to December and better revenue numbers for you, we will have. I'm not going to be confident in that information, just to give you that reality of my high expectations of myself on what kinds of revenue detail needs to be put into the work. So at any rate, this is just a picture that you all have not seen before. And that is just a straight fund balance. Funds, the restricted funds, transfers, and then debt service. And at the bottom, the component units of the operations county, the emergency services district and housing authority. At the very top is the prepaid or inventories in the county's annual comprehensive financial report. Those dollars have to come off first, just to give you a representation of how that document, the ACFR, so I'll use often again, the annual comprehensive financial report. That is the true financial statement of the county as compared to a budget, which is a planning document. It is a plan that I'm used to seeing as such, and it begins the conversation around the strategy that you all as commissioners want us to implement. And you'll see that it's difficult, and I've already shared this to Brian, to help craft those data sets on the expense side without more of that clear direction on what those priorities, and I understand where things are at. I just wanted to make sure and point out that it's really important that priority becomes. So moving from left to right, beginning fund to balance comes from the ACFR. Then the directors and staff put together some anticipated end of year revenue and spending details. And from that, I get to our estimated beginning fund balance for the year going into FY25 at the end. And again, as Brian pointed out, much of the conversation today is around the general fund. The expenses on the ambulance fund, those are covered, and they've worked very hard to, and all of the departments have really worked very hard to fund their compensation plan. Same with road and bridge. Those two funds aren't facing the kind of pressure that the general fund is, knowing also that the compensation plan is not where the ambulance team wants to see it as well. So just to put that bigger picture on it, I'll put this over to Brian.
So this is a understanding of the budget process, and it really shows to us that the budget never stops for us internally. It should start with a BOCC retreat where you set priorities and expectations for us. At that point, we're updating our financial models, what we believe our revenues are going to be looking like. Hopefully we hold a work session. We did this in April with you. We held a work session to discuss budget kickoff and our budget development. And that's where the departments go back and start developing their budgets, divisions, departments, putting all their effort in that ultimately gets turned into to myself and the finance team as we then start putting together the budget in its entirety. We hold work sessions and update you with respect to where we stand from a budgeting perspective. There was citizen input along the way. We held 3 separate public open houses during this process to elicit input from our residents. Then that proposed budget ends up in your hands. We had to get that to you by October 15th was the deadline this year. And we have to have, I don't have the date on top of my head. We have to have it adopted in December. Right now, we're setting that for December 10th. And there should be some measuring and reporting along the way. And again, this has not been a typical budget year for us in terms of the staff turnover that we had. I do think we're also going to have turnover in the next 2 months here in the seats in front of us, right? And so it kicks off with a BOCC retreat. This board is going to adopt this budget. It's going to get handed over to a new board of county commissioners and holding some kind of a meeting with them early on to explain what you all did and the reasons behind it. And in terms of what that coming year is going to look like, how that helps us continue in that budget cycle. So, yeah.
Dates, just to kind of hone in on the dates, the next key dates, December 10th is the public hearing for the budget. And that's when we would be bringing to you the final proposed document, and you would have more opportunity to hear in front of the public how the impacts of whatever your proposed direction is for us, how that would play out. And then between December and January, I prepare the final budget book. We post it on the website with Megan, and then we file it with the state of Colorado. So some of the major driving factors that went into the budget, the revisions is given to me. A couple of things were really important. Hitting the board's ask to load in the compensation analysis, which the human resources team spent a great deal of time to put together. Then also the projected loss in property tax revenue. The turnover rate, as Brian shared, some of that is part of the comp analysis. Brick of impact and turnover is also pay, benefits increases, and then this deficit spending. So that all plays out into a really difficult conversation this year that that you'll help us get through. Big picture, all expenditures. So that's all of those funds that I showed you on that first budget table of all of the different funds. This is how all of them combine to show where we spend our money across all of the funds. And it's really not all that uncommon, especially for counties, to see the greatest burden within personnel and mostly in local government. So just to give you some understand, my background includes being a city manager. I was also a finance director, and I was the deputy director of local government for the state of Colorado. So those, I do offer up to you that this isn't an uncommon situation for local governments. Just on the general fund side. So this is really where the bulk of conversation today really rests in, is in personnel. And that's the greatest impact within the general fund so far, and the anticipated concerns that you all have noted on the deficit side. That's really where the burden plays out. And the good part too, because that's where all of us wonderful people are.
Where all the work gets done.
Right. So just to on the general fund, the greatest, without priorities, I look to what the budget tells me are those priorities, and you can see the sheriff's department stands out as the priority. I would love to hear more around that, but that's where it stands out with the dollar amount that's dedicated to it. And then you can see around the rest of the service delivery, larger portion in the strategic and community planning. And then as each of the departments go around, public works, and again, just on the general fund side.
Can you back up a slide, please?
You bet.
One more. Yes, that one.
Yes.
I just added up I was looking at that one. The first thing I did was just scan down and add up the percentages, and they didn't add up. I think there must be some typos on the percentages on the left-hand side.
Okay. Thank you. Great. The same here. So there was a question around why public health is not a part of this, and I do believe it's because we're counting it within transfers, because the public health fund receives a transfer. It's fairly small amount, so does human services, and in the same line. So I just want to make sure and point out that they're not absent from the general fund, but they're not seen in the method of the way the fund accounting is laid out per the accounting system. So just wanted to make sure and point that out as well. So Brian talked about the early work that you all did on revenue projections, and this slide had been used in those early conversations. What isn't shown on here is the reserve policy, and it as a line. It is within, and I will grant everyone clarity that these blue columns include your reserve. This is your available fund balance. Within there, the reserve policies are intended to be represented. What they don't show on this graph is the Tabor value 3% required reserve, and then the board's additional reserve policies. But those are found within the dollars in those blue columns. At the very top of the chart, you see where the general fund, where there's the green being revenue and then red being expenses. So on the next slide, you'll see revision, which shows impact of adding in the new salary projections and expenses for the year, and then the reduced revenue as well. So higher expenses, lower revenue playing out over time. And I've added in the two additional lines at the bottom, which show the reserve policy. Tabor reserve is 3%. The board's reserve is 30. So those are reflected in those two numbers. I also, in this, Peter and I have had lots of conversations, and Brian as well, around the reserve policy that the board has had conversations with board members. The larger picture is how the wording plays out. And in this scenario, I read it to say that 30% of fund balance is the reserve policy of the general fund. When your available fund balance declines, so does your reserve balance. So in conversations within the team, really trying to hone in on what is the expectation of the board. So I'm hoping for direction today as well. And knowing that when we bring the final budget, we will have to provide to you a recommendation on your reserve policy to ensure that it meets what you actually want it to do, as opposed to what I think it says, and getting it more honed in, given that shorter view of what the general fund is doing. So back to that table, right? So just to be more clear again on what the table comes into this year's budget looking like. So we begin at where the last one ended, which is at the fiscal year 25 beginning balance, proposed revenues, proposed appropriations, and then I begin to back out the Tabor reserve, and that gives us an estimated fund balance in between the two pink columns. And then the reserve policies as I read them, building off of fund balance, and then where our fund balance remains. And the 20% is the fund balance reserve for road and bridge, the same for the open space trust fund. I was asked early on if this is a common policy. The general fund policy is typically 3 months of operations. And for the county, that would be $5 million. So right at where we're at today, that would be around where the general fund policy for reserve should stay. Now, the question is it restricted or working capital? And I've also had conversations about the term working capital. Working capital is when you work the money for your benefit, you use those dollars. And that, in talking with many people, has not been the view of the reserve policy. It's been to restrict the revenue so that in the event of a cliff of revenue generation, that money is there for operations. So I just wanted to flag that those are two thoughts around the policy that I would offer up to the commission that might be more in tune with what they hope to achieve with their reserve policy.
Is that basically a matter of how liquid we want that reserve to be?
Correct, yes. So just to offer a different picture, and I know that this isn't fun to do using red for expenses. So I offer up that no one in finance is supposed to do and use red. It's just bad form. I am not a traditional finance director. I have a management background, so I prefer to use red because I think it's alarming. So I wanted to make sure and share to you that, and
It's
I hope.
intuitive also.
Yeah, so the red moving from left to right, expenses, I've added in the two reserve policy lines, reserve lines, the one being the purple, which is the board's current policy. The blue along the bottom is the Tabor policy. Again, this is just a general fund. Blue is your the large water looking area is the revenues coming into the county. And then on top of that, the green are available fund balance. So when I started with the table of representation of where our ending fund balance shows we will be, it becomes really difficult because you have to really see it visually. So this is a visual representation. And when I started working with the directors, I shared to them, you are really, 4 years is really the challenge for us, because when we hit 2029, our reserve, which I think is what is intended, a reserve, restricted reserve of $5 million, with 3 months of general fund is hit. We also begin to see the complete diminishment of our fund balance. And at the same time, our revenues drop below what we projected to be expenses. Now, let me talk about the projected revenue. So the projected revenue for the general fund had a fairly large increase. It didn't reflect the 1.9% decrease that we're actually seeing in property tax return. It also included a 3% turnover of, or a 3% COLA cost of annual cost of living adjustment. So while the lines appeared smaller, they are far greater in their expanded difference between revenue and expenditures. Another question was asked of me, is it common to have a large fund balance and go into a budget knowing that you're going to have a deficit? And I said no. And I'll share that that is not common, only because most communities don't have the kind of situation you all have, which is a single large employer who offered a huge amount of property tax value to county. That is on a diminished track, as you all well know, and is reflected within the fund balance. So these 4 years become really vital in identifying how we're going to meet revenue and how expenses can meet revenue, as opposed to living off of fund balance in small portions every year. So just to give some, I revisit the fund balance and reserve recommendation that I would offer up to the board. It would be restricting the reserve, removing the working capital, and then going after that, establishing a $5 million restricted reserve. And it will require an annual review with you all at budget time to see where you're at 5 million. Maintain the table reserve within that 5 million so that we're not cutting off the reserve and then cutting off another reserve. It's all within that 5 million that the board sets aside as a restricted reserve. And then also discuss the need for a road and bridge and open space trust fund to have a separate reserve. We can accommodate that within the $5 million that is set aside with the general fund. Is that something you want to continue as a separate reserve policy for those 2 additional funds? Do you have any questions on that before we move into around other operations? Road and bridge fund?
Is there anything that precludes a separate reserve fund so that when one looks at the books, it's sitting there as a separate item than the general fund?
Great question, Commissioner. So no, there is not something that precludes that. We actually do restrict the account currently so that it is maintained separately. We cannot touch those dollars, even though it shows as fund balance. Technically, we in accounting and in finance have cut it out and put it into a separate line, so it cannot be charged against.
Okay.
That's just a matter of practice, but it's a far better direction to tell us to do that. Road and bridge. So like I shared earlier, road and bridge fund is not in the same situation as the general fund, but it does have general fund operations. These are the 3 primary general fund operations in them within public works. So this is a public works slide, not just road and bridge. Within public works, there's the transit program, and the deficit between its revenue and expenses that go into that fund balance conversation. The same on site development, and then on the transfer station. Those are 3 operations that also continue to hit the general fund. And then in particular, the transfer station, I know there's a lot of dedication to that service, and the team has been talking through ideas on how to improve fee structures, including how to increase communications between landowners or property owners who may not be there, but there's rental visitors and they need to take their trash to the transfer station, making sure they have some form of ID so that staff aren't trying to track down exactly where these individuals are coming from. And then potentially, improved fee structure for those outside the county who are visiting the transfer station.
Transfer station is in the general fund, correct?
Correct. The ambulance fund, I said this fund is not in the same situation as the general fund, although they have shared that the work in the salary survey is not where it needs to be in order for them to compete. It is far better, and they have done a lot of work to cut out their 3 FTE requests and an ambulance to fit the compensation plan in order to keep the staff they have currently. But currently they are not operating in a deficit. CChat is a function within the ambulance team, within emergency, within the paramedics team. CChat is funded off of grant funds. Those are one-time funds. Those are not guaranteed funds year over year. And if in fact they do not get their annual grant funding, they become a burden onto the general fund as well. So it is an incredibly important program for the county. And just want to make sure to flag to you all that that would be a burden on the general fund if the team wasn't proactive in seeking those ongoing grant funds.
Just as a reminder, the tax that we passed for EMS did not contemplate the $500,000 cost of this kind of a program. So
Just to the benefit of the public. This is the crisis co-response program, right? This is where social workers and paramedics are dispatched to calls that are more behavioral health related.
The back of the room can't hear.
Is the back of the room struggling to hear?
Yes.
Oh, well, speak up.
Can you hear me?
Thank you. Not before, but yeah.
And then on the bottom of those tables, the beginning of the pointed out the 2 component units of the county. And this budget setting also requires the component units be part of the budget setting. So wanted to make sure and point out that there are 2 component units, the Emergency Services District and the Housing Authority. There is an increase within the Emergency Services District that is in alignment with the intergovernmental agreement for that district. Second part of the burden, on cost is this MGT internal service charges. And I think it has come up every year for a while that the MGT is, I wish it was an acronym that I could say more, but I think it's just the name of the company. It's called MGT. They had done an analysis of our internal services and they set internal service rates. So human resources, myself, the finance team, other internal services are charged back to operations so that we can function and support them. And that is where MGT exists in our budget. And I use those numbers to plug in on the expense side. There is a conversation that needs to take place as well around how those charges are evaluated and charged. There's a significant amount that's going into the Emergency Services District, and it's a cause for conversation. And then on the Housing Authority, they have just an increase from the treasurer fee increase. So. Unfunded items. This is just a quick list of unfunded items that the team had brought forward and cut out to really accommodate the compensation plan. And as Brian shared, everyone really has spent a great deal of time looking at their operations to see what they can cut. And obviously they cut out a lot of their asks for this year. And vehicles within the road and bridge, you can see many of the general funds. We are still funding in this budget, requesting a proposal of around 450,000 within the general fund for capital improvements. It's not been cut off. Capital improvements are one of my big fascinating loves of of my world. And I'm excited to spend more time on the board's policy that needs more attention as well in the capital improvement fund. FTE requests that were also cut are listed on this slide, including 3 EMS positions and 3 positions within the sheriff's team, the animal shelter, and then 1 in human resources. And that brings us to, Ryan, I think this one's yours, which is
Yeah.
just,
So we are asking direction today with respect to setting the date for publishing the budget and ultimate adoption. We're here to do more of a deeper dive into any sections of the budget that the board chooses to explore. Again, staff is here to answer any specific questions that you're seeing in their budgets, and I think we'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, or I curious what I have done is gone through the budget book itself and note questions. We could go sort of through the structure that the budget book has, or have an alternative approach.
I'm fine doing that, and I'm fine following the questions that you have down as a lead and actually looking at each line item as we go and ad-libbing our own questions as we go as well.
Yeah.
Looked at it some, but I didn't develop a list of questions. Conversational on it.
Are there any significant changes between the one that was released 2 weeks ago and the one that's in today's board package?
We corrected some typos,
Okay, thanks.
nothing of substance.
That's good, because I did not download that. I just, the one I got 2 weeks ago.
Downloaded and started from scratch, so. I downloaded and started from scratch. You're welcome. I forgot you were out there.
Well, the budget starts with revenue. Shall we discuss revenue projections first?
Sure.
Okay. Seeing that property taxes.
Are you working within presentation still? Is that correct?
No, what I'm looking at is the budget book itself.
There?
Yes.
Okay.
12.
What page are you on?
Right now, I'm looking at page 12 because it's got that concise revenue summary.
Going back up.
What I'm curious about on property tax, I know why we are projecting that go down. I know that the reduced assessment rate and combination like legislative activity has cost us roughly $1 million. I see there's only $100,000 difference there. Can you share what are you projecting in terms of assessed value growth this next cycle?
No, we can answer that at this point.
So we can come back to you with those answers, more specific answers on those items.
Okay.
And then would you want those, just to clarify too, would you want that as part of the summary up front as well? Not just in passing, but also documented in the budget document?
I don't know that it needs to be in the budget document we ultimately pass. I don't know how many people want to think about it like I do, but I just like to see the assumptions that are embedded in there so that I can kind of know, otherwise I'm looking at a can of Prego and I have to read all the ingredients, right?
Yeah, we need to have a conversation with Donna.
Same thing on sales tax. I see that we're projecting actually a decrease over our projections in 2024. I know that there is in Idaho Springs in particular, there are some real challenges around traffic impacts from the Floyd Hill project. And Idaho Springs had lower collections than they projected early in the year. I also know that now they are catching back up. And they think that that's because
Mhm.
of just whatever's happening, exogenous change, as well as the Virginia Canyon Mountain Park. And so I want us to take a look that the sales tax projection feels very pessimistic to me. And
Same.
I think it should be higher than negative.
Thank you for bringing up the first thing I saw that was a consequence that I thought might be off. And it's maybe a few hundred.
And I know, Rachel, you said that you haven't had a chance to dig into these revenue assumptions. I do think that by the time we pass this budget, those numbers should either be different or we should be able to articulate why we think we're going to see sales tax be reduced for the first time in I don't know how many years, but
'Cause that's it, when this original projection was developed, that's where we were trending. Is why it's low.
Yeah.
I mean, we can certainly take another look at that based on a couple more months of numbers, but we were not. I think the current budget had a 5% increase in sales tax, and we're not coming anywhere close to that, so.
This year has been an anomaly, and it's not just in Clear Creek County, it's around the state in terms of our sales taxes in mountain communities, tourism.
Well, is it an anomaly or are we reaching the new normal? Right? I would much rather be under on our projections of revenue than over. Let's just.
I
let's just say
understand,
that, but
Well, I understand. I'm saying that it's been an exception to what we've seen for a lot of years, except during COVID, for example, when things were shut down.
there is an element of inflation that's within the modeling that I'll bring back as well. I know that has a lot to do with just consumer spending overall. So that CPI, that overall index impact of spending does play out in sales tax, especially in that communities. So
Mhm.
more detail on that front.
something in particular that would be helpful is if someone on staff could go take a look at sales tax trends during the Great Recession. Maybe you can check the personal narrative that I have, which is that I was working at Loveland Ski Area at the time, and they were enjoying record years. And that's because while there was a recession and people had less disposable income, they were spending less on their vacations and their trips. They were coming to Idaho Springs and Loveland Ski Area instead of Avon and Vail and Beaver Creek. I don't know, like I've not gone back and looked at the actual sales tax receipts, but that would help me have confidence that we don't have to be so pessimistic if we see that we did better than the rest of the state during a recession. We are seeing some kind of softening in consumer demand, right? Like, and that's happening statewide. And I think that's in speaking with the deputy county manager, Colton, I know that that's a part of why this pessimism exists, because we're looking at statewide trends. And I just want us to have a good local historical context for that.
I think that's why I regionalized my comment. I think what you bring up is important, and I've thought about those things before, tried to hypothesize them, but a lot of it's conjecture and a lot of it's anecdotal. I do think what I look at is as I see the amount of people coming to the area and spending money, as I look at the amount of inflation that's going on in the cost of goods, which of course inflation does two things. It can curtail spending. It can also mean that for which everything you buy costs more, so therefore there's more sales tax. So there's two things going on that can balance. But what I'm looking at is more the big macro picture of we've seen a continual increase in sales tax for quite a few years now. And I'm reluctant to look at one surprising year, when I call it an anomaly. And as I look at the trends around us and think it's the new normal. I'm skeptical that that's the case. That's all I'm saying.
Donna is online and would like to offer a comment on the assessment question.
Assessor G, are you with us?
Promoting her to panelist right now.
To us from the cloud.
Hi, Donna, can you hear us? You might have to unmute.
I think I got it.
There we go.
Hi, guys.
Good morning. Thank you. You were gonna help us understand property tax assessed value growth projections?
Yep, absolutely. So the assessed value for 2023 was 327,601,000,000. And then for 2024, it's 338,988,910. That's to projected for 2024, which is an increase of 11,387,680.
Help me understand your cycle. Is that a projection or is that?
That's what I have set now.
That's what you have assessed. Okay.
Correct. And that's set right now.
And that's for 2024 and 2025?
That's for 2024 with taxes due in 2025. We set every year.
Okay.
And that is with adjustments from the Senate bills for 23 and 24. And those right now adjustments will come off for 25 taxes due in 2026. The 55,000 for residential and 30,000 for commercial.
The other part of, excuse me, just to offer up, the other part of the revenue projections for property tax did not include the impacts of the legislation that was passed. So Maria left prior to the completion of that work as well. So it makes sense for us to review the assessed value impact that Donna has just shared too.
I don't think the special session did much more than what they did during session, but I do think that's a worthwhile exercise. Mitch, anything from you while we're on sales tax?
Just a general philosophy that revenue is supposed to be conservative and, getting sharp elbows, trying to find $100,000. I'm not sure really benefits the overall process. That's all.
That's fair. I like them to be accurate and I like to analyze things too much. So that's my approach.
I'm not saying accuracy is something to avoid.
Of course. The next line item here is lodging tax. We're projecting an $80,000 increase in lodging tax projections. That's almost 33%. That's, 25 to 30% increase. That seems optimistic to me. It seems optimistic to me because this board is preparing to pass a ordinance on short-term rentals that will make our enforcement of short-term rentals much more efficient and actually I want to encourage staff to take a look at the data that we have about the number of STRs and compare that to the number of STRs we actually have licensed and use that information to inform that projection because this is going to be less funding for marketing childcare housing, right? This is not general fund revenues. But that's my take on lodging tax. Any other thoughts?
Just want to confirm what I think I heard. You believe the number is too high.
Yes.
Okay.
And then my last question, and this is property taxes, is have we wrapped our heads around backfill eligibility? It continues to be backfill mechanisms in the bills that are passed because of the context of Clear Creek County where our assessed value continues to reduce due to the mine. I'll say are likely eligible for backfill. And I don't know how much, and I don't know, counties are pretty far back in the line there. I don't know whether there will be any money left because the funding first goes to, I know it's going to fire departments before it goes to counties.
Yeah.
And I think there are some others that are up there on that list too.
I think you may have answered your own question.
I think that was part of the original concern that we had when Maria was developing the original numbers, was just that. Can we count on it?
I agree with what Mitch said, that we need to be conservative and careful. My comments about sales tax notwithstanding, I still believe those. But I think the way you just characterize that is that it's kind of unknown and there are the other places it should go. So if it's unknown and we're taking a conservative approach to try to imagine what that might bring us, I mean, we can spend some time on research. I'd be reluctant even after the research to really to expect that backfill.
My hope is that we have contact with the person at the state who's assigned to that, and we can ask them. And Rachel, given where you come from, you probably do. You probably know that person personally. If not, we can definitely, this board can definitely help make that contact. The last thing that's a little bit of a curiosity to me is investment earnings. We're projecting an increase in investment earnings. Our fund balance is going down and interest rates are going down. And so I'm struggling to understand that.
That's a good question.
I think a lot of that is proportional. So I don't know that the investment earning is that significant by way of dollar amount in comparison to the losses describing. So, but I'll give you a more direct answer.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about $1.5 million, so that's not going to fix this by itself, but
no, but the difference between, for example, a 24 budget and 25 budget in terms of having a $500,000 error in our budget, for example, if we're wrong, is not going to help us as we move. $500,000 is, I look at the $500,000 difference of the $450,000 difference between 2024 and 2025 and say if that $500,000 to $450,000 is an error. And I look at it in the context of what's its percentage of the gap that we're trying to cover. And so in that context, it's a pretty large error to make if it's an error.
anything else?
I would observe not for this budget cycle, but I think there's opportunity in licenses, permits and charges for services in the future to help those division level calculations either come into balance or approach balance as opposed to being a net loss. And that's not work necessarily for us, but I think it's an opportunity.
Actually, it does apply directly to this budget cycle. We're going to be bringing you fee increases from our building departments.
Okay. And they're already baked into the numbers?
Yes, fee increases for our transfer station. Don't believe those are baked into the numbers at transfer station, but those are definitely two sets of fees that we are going to be bringing you before the end of the year for your consideration.
Thank you for bringing that up. It's not on that page, so it's in a comment somewhere else, but we have a wage study that shows that we need to spend another almost $1.4 million a year on wages. That is information that we can directly apply to every fee that we charge. And I think we should do that. And I would love it. And I would be so proud of our staff if they could have those adjustments to this board in time for this budget.
I agree with
That's the
that.
intention, is both transfer station and building permits.
And I'm talking about all of the other fees as well.
See about those.
Well, I think the principle's right.
Yes,
That we should
Agreed.
when we're establishing, when we are, for example, when we're limited to charging what the cost to government is, and what we're doing is looking at the past and present cost, and we know that the past and present cost is inadequate, then we should change the fees to provide the income to be able to supply the actual what the cost should be.
I agree. I mean,
It's important. And if we're increasing wages, that future cost is what should be going into our fee calculation.
yeah, it's a flaw that we've identified in our budget process. It should be something that happens every single year as part of this process.
You run a year in arrears.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
independent of the wage study. You know, when the transfer station makes money because it's closed, that says we have a challenge. It was profitable this year, but we really weren't open much.
I think so. Didn't we just show 170,000 gap?
I don't know, one of the charts, somewhere in here, it showed that,
In the line items, I'm sure.
yeah, that in the current year, we're not losing money at the transfer station, and I interpreted that to be because we were closed a lot of the time.
Yeah, we're projecting $177,000 deficit in the transfer station.
And right, so that's because
That's
we're
that's
increasing
next year.
wages.
Yeah, next year.
But I
Oh, you're
think
thinking, I'm
this
sorry,
year-
24. Yes.
This year ends with a positive number.
Yeah.
And that's just because we're not open.
Yeah.
And I mean, I do think that when I talk to members of the public about the transfer station operations, I hear a lot more concern about hours open than I hear about fees being charged. Actually, I hear more often people feel they're being undercharged than I hear people say they're being overcharged. Which is, you know, that's a whole nother rabbit hole around how we're charging, and we don't need to get into that today. But I do think there's room for improvement there. What else?
No, I have felt encouraged there for a long time. I see it a great value even when I drive.
One other thought on sales tax, it might be nice if someone called CDOT and said, hey, you know, we're observing pretty meaningful impacts to sales tax collections because of this project. And we want to understand kind of the construction timeline and the projected traffic impacts like over the next couple of years. So that when this is more about our long range forecasting, but that's, I mean, I think.
To aid our forecasting.
What?
To aid our.
To assist our long-term forecasting. Yeah. I mean, I know the narrative in Idaho Springs is very much that, the Floyd Hill project is costing a lot of sales tax revenue. So that's, I think, all from me.
It's basically going to pinch off volume, and I don't know that we can, I mean, to try to be surgical about it is probably going to be throwing a dart at a moving dartboard. But to get general trends in volume can assist maybe our general view over the next couple of years, and actually the next 4 years, until 2028. If they're able to cut the ribbon by then.
And I probably have more comments revenue related in the line items, like the you know, department specific budgets themselves, but that's all I have like on in that section of the budget book. Others?
No.
Okay. I have a general question that applies to all of these line items. I think the way that we budget for benefits is we use a percentage of salaries. And
You want me to share what I can see in the math? How it's put together?
well, let me, maybe I'll finish my statement and then you can, so I think that's how we do it. And I wonder if we're doing that and we took $1.3 million, we put it into the budget, there's like a secondary effect of that increasing benefits cost that might not actually be real. That's what I'm trying to figure out with this question. Are we overestimating benefits?
I understand. No, we unfortunately are not overestimating benefits, and we actually have an increase in benefits coming between this proposed budget document and the final budget document. How it
So it's
is,
going to get worse.
yeah. So unfortunately, how we have done our, there's a disconnect in the tradition and how we're doing it today. And the reason being, we in 3 weeks implemented into this budget, this proposed budget, the comp analysis. And the comp analysis is a per position review. And then per position, we actually bring in the salary, the benefits. So we actually look at what a person has opted into and for which fund and which plan. And then we put in the new number at the top of the page, and then it distributes down for everyone who is receiving the new rates. So they're actually a per position benefit analysis. In the past, yes, it was. And I would say that that was exactly the intention of trying to be, and again, the budget document being a planning document, not an exact document like the annual comprehensive financial report. The budget document planning is and has been using that kind of like, yep, that 3%, 4% for budgeted salaries, and making sure with the right setting when evaluating actual benefits every year.
I think, George, you're also thinking about when we contemplate adding an FTE, typically just for planning purposes, add somewhere around 30% for benefits, right? But the actual numbers here are specific.
Chuck.
You know,
Just pausing for a moment to see.
Here's where you are on page numbers.
As I move through my comments on 19. Is for services.
Couple pages ahead of you there.
Oh, well, I'm a couple. Sorry, I'm not tracking my document. Well, go ahead.
I have a general, I don't know that it pertains to this operation, but I used to have to do it in my construction company. And it was the understanding of, because in my world, I was paid for performance. And so when I took into account billed hours, work performed hours, services delivered hours as an example, or job performed when it comes to the admin that underlies the services provided. And I look at vacation time and holidays and other paid time off and came up with about 5 weeks a year. Out of the 52 weeks, it's you're looking at around an additional 10% labor burden. So when you look at all of your benefits and all the other stuff and you look at the time off, that means that you've got to multiply everything by, you look at the price and the cost of benefits, you got to look at the total package plus benefits and multiply the whole thing times 1.1 to come up with a real number of labor burden. I don't know that it pertains to this budgeting process in a place like this, because you're not trying to operate like a business and understand that my revenues coming in are solely dependent upon, charges and
Could you
reimbursement.
speak up a little bit, Randy?
What's that?
Could you speak up a little bit, please?
Yeah, sorry. So basically, are you taking into account paid time, job, like services delivered? I hate to say all of that all over again. Services delivered, dividing the total number of hours paid by the number of hours actually worked to understand what you have to multiply times benefit to understand what the real cost of the hour worked is in order to deliver the services. I don't know that it's germane to government projections of the cost of operating an employee, the cost of an FTE. When I talked to my financial advisors, they said, you can't do that. And I said, why shouldn't you do it? I'm only paid by my customers for what I get, but I don't think it's germane to this operation. But I just wanted it. Is there any way in which that applies to a government projection of cost of services and creating a valid budget for what you can give the public?
so obviously, our human resources director would have some specific comment around having come from private sector into government sector. The difference, I'll just speak to the government sector just as a general term. FTE analysis as opposed to hourly wages analysis are very different conversations. And when you're looking at the burden of a budget, right? So FTE count are exempt and non-exempt. How many of those exempt employees are going to be working more than 40 hours? Most of the time, exempt employees are expected to work 45. So the value of those dollars are different than someone who's working
Okay.
non-exempt, and those non-exempt hours are overtime eligible hours. So the burden of the budget is how many of those FTE are exempt? They're working an expected 45 hours, typically get the work done. That's kind of the standard for an exempt. Government work is pretty well-known not to be a lucrative business for many people, but its stability is the difference. And that's the intention of, a lot of people pursuing government, is the stability that goes along with government
Stability and benefits.
and benefits. Yeah.
Yeah, I just meant from the other side of the equation. I think it's not germane to this conversation, this kind of an operation. In my place, I had to understand what the real cost of delivering it, that what the cost of delivery of goods was and goods and services. I had to know what the cost of that unit of delivery was, because that unit of delivery was exactly what I was paid for. So
Well, and
that was my revenue.
I get you. In an enterprise fund, which we do not have, so water utilities are a typical enterprise fund. You pay for the service you're provided. The general fund activities are typically services that that businesses don't want to run because they're high risk. So that's why they end up in government typically. So if there's competition there, then the free market is supposed to play out and the government service isn't provided. So that's the apples and oranges piece to your point.
Okay, yeah, that's what I think. I'm wasting time. Let's go ahead.
Okay. We can talk more from
It's a fun conversation. It was a place that everybody loses money in business and doesn't realize it until they get there.
I noticed a pretty big drop in intergovernmental revenues to the general fund. I presume that's not something we can adjust. I'm just curious. Do we know? It's around $400,000. Probably a grant we received this year. We're not receiving next year.
Yeah, ARPA,
It's probably ARPA too,
400,000.
ARPA revenues in 24
We still carry it
but we
forward
still
though.
carry the number forward in that.
as revenue.
Yes, that's how it's been budgeted. That is one of my least favorite ways of counting grant money. So
Yeah, because you
Yeah.
get it once there.
count it as revenue. I don't want to do that, but it has been in the past.
I'm looking at page 19, revenue summary. The 2024, I'm gonna save that comment because this is a comment about ambulance and I don't want to keep bouncing around.
Are you gonna remember it later?
No, okay, let's just, so the ambulance fund, we are, I think, pretty far, and Aaron, I know you're in the room, thank you. And so I'll speak up so you can actually hear me. We are pretty far, I think, up from what we thought we would be in terms of call volume. And I know your revenues are tied to call volume. I also see that you're not projecting any increase in revenues for next year. And that seems a little pessimistic.
That's not a number that I generated. That number is
Generated where?
Finance,
Okay.
we can revisit that.
On that
Answer that
revenue,
question.
it's on that revenue side of, sure, we'll look at it and try and get my best answer to you guys as fast as I can, but 6 months is really gotta have it.
Yeah.
I'll get you as much as I can.
I know that Aaron is going to be a real asset to you on this particular question.
Yes, he is.
This is a comment I made just pointing out about pessimism about investment earnings. This is on page 21. Pretty much organization wide, we're we think we're gonna get a lot more investment earnings, but I already brought this up. It's just appears a couple times in the budget book. So I'm just pausing a little bit.
So if I'd like to flip back to contributions and donations, and I'm just curious, when Freeport's commitment to help with paying for this building ends as compared to, when the notes retired?
I don't know that off the top of my head in terms of
It seems to me like their commitment
donation.
only has a little bit of time left.
Right.
Whereas
5 years.
the note has legs.
Well, and frankly, we're not hitting most of the donations that we're not seeing that come in. Right, Freeport's notwithstanding, but
Which is not coming in.
individual persons that who said, we're gonna contribute X. We've had a lot that aren't coming in.
Better write my check. You're gonna start naming names.
I've got one more payment. It'll be in at the end of the year.
When we get to that section of the budget, there might be some more information that helps. Generally, I know that there are gonna be some years where the general fund is paying that debt service.
Yes.
I think it's 1 or 2, but could be wrong. What else?
This is not a comment for this year's budget either, except that the intent originally was to continue to try to get those donations. I know they're tougher as time goes on. It becomes a fact of life and people figure, well, it's part of our life now. Why do I have to contribute to that? The reality was there's a lot of work and a lot of expectation that went into it. There's a lot of money that was raised, a few million. And that made it a good deal, but we still need to try to make it a better deal.
Agreed.
Safe to assume, I'm looking now at page 22, safe to assume that almost $4 million in, well, can you explain that $4 million increase in contract services? A chunk of it must be JeffCom, but I know it's not, I know we're not paying JeffCom 4 million. I hope we're not paying them $4 million a year.
An answer we're gonna have to get back to you on.
It might
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head.
be able to tease it out as we go through the rest of the budget book.
Also projects.
Yeah.
Saw that too. $4 million increase in projects, which I presumed was related to road and bridge.
So while we're on that page, it talks about capital expenditures and reducing them to next to nothing is easy on us, but it's really hard on our successors. We can't just ignore capital expenses because it's easy.
Agreed. I think we need to understand the nature of that reduction, what was spent, what was budgeted in 24 and 23, and how that may have set us up for investment in necessary capital for a while. There may be a legitimate reason for this. I agree. It's kind of, I noticed that when I was going through the budget, the previous version of the budget, I have this one for the meeting, it was published for the meeting, but I had the same question as how are we not spending capital unless we intentionally? Now, I will say this with regard to capital is for a long time, as the commissioners knew, for the last more like 15 years, that the Henderson mine was going to have radical reductions in revenues to us. And we built a large reserve. The idea was that we invested a lot in capital outlay in order to prepare ourselves for a period of austerity. It doesn't mean you don't have to adapt to the period of austerity, though, for Mitch's comment, because capital is not going to go away just because you invested a whole lot for a while.
No question that it did, but to be clear, that was completely intentional on our part, the fund compensation analysis.
You want the CIP list?
No, the unfunded slide had most of those capital projects on it.
Well, that reduction funds a lot more than the compensation analysis.
Well, I think there's some road and bridge in there, projects, right? Street projects, so. But I just wanted to show you the slide again.
That was kind of that. When I was looking at this, that was what I thought. Are we putting road and bridge projects into projects instead of capital outlay? Is that a change this year
So
to this?
there's a lot of, and I shared this with Brian, there's a lot of hand entry work that I don't have a crosswalk for from the past. So what I'm having to figure out, and I've shared this even with my friends in human services, there's a lot of information that I don't have. And so in effort to maintain the structure of how things are presented to you, I've had to crosswalk what I think is there and what isn't. And so the total amount of the dollars where they rest in the big aggregate is accurate. The subcategory evaluations of the capital improvement projects, the use of capital outlay, the use of capital project, and the use of just the capital policy is off. So that is another part of the expense problem that I've had to try and crosswalk in. And I shared with Brian right out of the chute. I cannot get to that number without hand entering exactly how she was choosing to define those things, because they're not categorized the same way in our system.
The thing that pops out to me is I look at contract services and I see about almost a $4 million increase.
Absolutely.
I look at projects and I see about a $3.5 million increase. You put those two together, that's about $7.5 million. And an explanation for that, and how that compares to what was the 23 actual, which was about $7.5 million in capital. Because some of our capital expenditures are for things that we begin to move from an ownership to a lease structure, a lot of things like that. And it'd be nice to know if that's explainable, because the capital outlay thing is like a giant, it's got a big red flashing.
Yeah,
For sure.
It says there's something wrong with this picture.
And I should have
Exactly.
mentioned this in my open, but we will bring back all of these outstanding questions at a work session in November, right? For us to further this conversation, and we'll have those answers to you, the specifics of these.
Okay.
If capital and projects are combined, I'm open to the apparent 50% reduction as opposed to the 98% reduction that shows up on the capital outlay.
Right.
Understood.
Right. Those answers are going to be important.
We'll definitely.
Point.
What's that?
Your point stands. Okay.
Where's the coffee pot? That's
Down the street.
okay.
Have a Keurig in the lunchroom back there.
Yeah, well, yeah, I just missed the room. But
Oh. Perfect. Pick it up.
I was trying to compare last year's staffing summary to this year's staffing summary. I don't have the document open. So these comments might be a little off base here, but is there an increase in hours for the deputy coroner
That happened
over last year's budget?
last year. 22, when we, been that long since we made him full time? Boy, that's,
Well, I'm talking about I know it says the deputy coroner.
So what they ended up doing, and Carol Ann may be able to speak more to it, is the coroner's office had several employees. One of them was maxed out on a certain amount of hours based on their part-time status. And as a result, my understanding is the deputy coroner, which is Nicole Nembers, that shifted up. Chief deputy.
No.
So her hours changed, and as did her salary.
So this was a classification issue because she was claiming on-call pay and case pay instead of hours worked, and it's a non-exempt position. So in reclassifying her correctly, it changed how she was recording her hours. Instead of just going on a case and getting a lump sum, she's actually recording hours worked.
There's no change.
What she said.
in Status or her availability or anything. It's just a different way of classifying and recording it. Different way of classifying and recording it.
Yeah, it's correcting the classification, recording it appropriately.
That's obviously, that's like something you have to do because we want to do it right, of course. Did that result in an increase in our costs or a decrease?
Can't answer
You want to look at the budget? for that?
I mean, the increase in cost was the fact that the coroner went from part-time to full-time. So that was a significant increase in cost without any additional hours worked tracked to record whether or not there was more hours worked. It was just more pay.
I think I'm gonna choose to get into the coroner's budget as I go through the book, but thank you for answering that specific FTE question.
What page you on?
PDF page 26 and 25. It looks like.
Thank you.
Should have had that,
There it is.
I noticed an oddity in looking at the staffing structure, and Sarah, I'm glad you're in the room. Your department has a bookkeeper, and I'm curious why your department has a bookkeeper rather than having finance do your bookkeeping.
Statutorily required to have our own bookkeeper services, but there's also overlap in other positions that she also does CCAP, that position oversees CCAP, just TANF work.
When they're up here, can you come up here, please? People online can't hear.
Yeah.
I'll try to stop throwing one-off questions at staff and we can do these.
Yeah, if anybody's answering a question to us, they should come up and be on, because no one will show.
So our human services is statutorily required to have our own bookkeeper. But for us, we also have some overlap with her working in CCAP and TANF work, and also we accounting.
Is part of that a privacy issue? That some of the stuff, some of the information that needs to be private because of patients?
That could be part of it. I think the other part of it is it's so complicated. I think it's so different than even finance does for the county.
The state requires it because of the portion that gets the state pays. They require by statute a separate accounting. They don't want it to be thrown to a county finance department, so they require the bookkeeper that way.
Okay,
I'm not sure what the rationale for that, but that's probably what it is.
Okay.
And we do a good job picking up our administrative expenses off of other state programs that we administer.
Yeah, great question. So this year, the indirect rate goes up to 15%, went up. Previously, it was 13, maybe even 10, depending on what the indirect rate was that we were able to charge as an organization onto federal grants. So most of what Sarah's team pulls in us are federal, and those indirect rates are assigned within them.
Thanks.
I am tempted to just go straight to discussing every department because there's the FTE counts. I've got some comments. But I think they're probably more appropriate just to discuss a department one at a time.
yeah, I think so. It's a conversation that will bring each of them into play.
So before we get into that, I see I'm on page now, the summary of unfunded requests, page 30. Questions here. Sidewalk install, courthouse box lot, ADA sidewalk. Is that due to the door being made non-public?
That's an attempt to address that issue if we choose to continue to lock that door and only allow staff to use it to provide a better means to access the front door.
Oh, yeah.
If we do continue to have that door not be public access, I think that we should put this into the budget. I don't know. I mean, obviously we can make a supplemental appropriation later but I just want the organization to have its eye on that because, we can't be, we gotta be providing access. Just leave it at that.
What page are you on now?
I'm on page 30.
30.
Back up on 29, planning and building services. Are we going through departments and positions in order?
What I did is I skipped that section so that we can discuss it when we're looking at their actual budgets.
Okay.
But if you.
No, that's good. That's good.
Question for the sheriff. $75,000 capital request for the old dispatch center. I know that it was denied and you probably see the writing on the wall. I doubt we're going to be able to fund it, but I am curious, what do you anticipate that space to be used for? Training room.
So, we often have to, find space, whether it be open, whether it be the high school, to do our training, to keep up to, for obviously organizational best practices. It's better if we keep everybody on site and to use that space wisely, right? I mean, has all the old dispatch equipment built into some of it. Otherwise, it's just empty space. And I think training is really what we'd like to be able to do with it. We're required to have, for post standards, have different types of training, whether it be defensive tactics, whether that be taser training, whether that be, arrest tactics as well. And so that has to be done somewhere. We have to keep up with those standards. So turn that into a training room is really, and it's not uncommon, right? I think it's more common than not that sheriff's offices and police departments have a training room on site. The fact that we don't is uncommon.
Just to highlight that real quick, it's also, there's a flooring issue in there, so we would need to fix that flooring issue, but one of the benefits of having that is also like a secondary EOC site for OEM to be able to have. That was initially what it was designed before it was dispatched. The other part about it is by being able to have training, yes, for ourselves in-house is nice, but you can actually host trainings, and then at that, it's a cost savings to the agency, because if you're a host, you typically get so many free training slots for that. So currently we don't have that. So I think it would be looking at trying to expand that information and make sure that we have a place that would be budgetarily helpful for us as well.
You understand the cradle to cradle, benefit of that. Yeah, what are the savings? What's the cost benefit that you get for that expenditure of $75,000 over the course of a year or some period of time? Some projection would be helpful.
And I think it would also help if we were able to design it. There is one office space is trying to get OEM in-house and out of the location they're at. So we would try to look at utilizing some of that space up there for them as well.
Okay. Thank you. I do appreciate, and I know I'm not the only one, and I know it's not just this board, it's people in the community that really appreciate your emphasis on training. Thank you. My other question about the capital requests. We have a building and it's noted that the side is caving in. Are we choosing not to fund a building that's about to fall down, a repair for a building that's about to fall down?
I think the answer to that is no. A little disappointed we put sides caving in on our own list. Disappointed in myself for not catching that, but it's a metal building that does not house anyone but equipment. I think Carl can.
So it is a dented metal building? Is that what it is?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, can we make that description a little more accurate by the time this is our published
Yes,
budget?
no question.
Okay,
No question.
because if it's falling down, like let's fund it.
Understood.
Okay,
Yeah, that's actually been fixed in later iterations of this budget.
thank you. Go ahead.
Just a quick question. Do I not see Aaron's missing ambulance on this list because that's from a different fund?
No, because it got cut so early on, we missed it on that list. So he had
Okay.
3 FTEs and an ambulance that we remove from the budget.
Thank you.
I noticed that we are not funding an FTE request for an animal shelter assistant. I look at the animal shelter a lot like I look at the transfer station. Through fees, it can pay for itself. And that might not be what we want to do. And in a area where we would like to subsidize, I don't think right now we can afford to. I know that we charge about a third of what Foothills charges for animal adoptions. And what I would like to see us do is look at that fee increase so that we can fund this position, because I think we need that position in the animal shelter. At least that's my sense of things based on when that position was eliminated and the feedback that we received at that time.
Yeah, we're kind of delaying a work session with you on this topic in general, how we manage the animal shelter moving forward, just because our department head in that area has a whole bunch on her plate, and she's already got a big number of items coming to you shortly. So again, that's something we've been talking about, potentially even looking at turning into a nonprofit. So, but we can certainly look at those fees.
Yeah, I mean, I would like, I'm a vote today for a fee that allows them to hire an assistant. And maybe the manager, maybe the department head doesn't have to figure out what that fee is. Maybe the manager can do that.
Definitely, but that's yeah.
Sorry, this is me reaching in and trying to do your job for you, right? It's a common occurrence. Do you have a comment? I'm getting looks as though he said director has a comment.
Well, thank you. I mean, one of the reasons, the main reason that this position is needed, in addition to the potential to be able to expand the adoption program, which would be more possible with this position, but the main reason is really for safety. To be able to have 2 staff on hand all the time at the animal shelter, which is a 7-day-a-week, 10-hour-a-day operation. So that's 70 hours, which is, it's just an important thing to keep in mind for that particular element of our service, of the services we provide as a county. And even just at the holding facility service level that we're offering now, with only 3.5 FTEs, we can't have 2 staff on hand for all 70 of those hours. And for people to have a solo staff person moving dogs in and out of the enclosure, walking dogs, doing what is necessary with only 1 staff or any portion of that 10-hour day is not a safe scene. As safe. And so it is important to have 4.5 FTEs on hand. We did get a slight expansion to one of the 0.5 FTEs was moved to 0.7, which helped a little bit. It gave a little bit more flexibility. But if we can get 4.5 FTEs total, that would be very, very helpful. And the animal shelter staff are also very, very undercompensated among all of the teams in the county.
And that's baked into the budget at this point, right?
Right, which is why this position is not.
I'm going to refer you to my comment about the fees being able to pay for the cost of the operation.
And that is something we can talk also about too, but the adoption program, which is a source of fees, is will still be challenging to provide full services for, even with the addition of this 1 FTE. It will be more feasible though, for sure. And that could be a source of fees. But that is something that the staff there and I are talking about actively. They're adding new programs that are not currently permitted in under the current program are also things that we would be discussing at a later date.
Thank you.
Sure. Can I suggest maybe
I was thinking the same
Right,
thing.
before you move into the individual departments.
Yeah. Yeah, let's do a bio break. So the board is going to.
I'm sorry, I didn't see this. Oh.
Did you have a question about getting a
That's what
break?
I wrote here.
Yeah, I mean,
She wrote the same
I
thing.
just
Can I have a
need,
bio break?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's take 10 minutes. We'll restart at 10:35. All right, we are back. I'm looking at starting with just like the individual departments' budgets and just going through and answering questions, asking questions.
Okay.
Page 33.
Okay, thank you.
Starting. Um,
I'm here.
But we already got Donna.
Assessor G, thank you. Can you explain to me how your salaries line is changing?
Yes. So we currently have the 3.375 FTE. We have the elected assessor, which is myself, 2 licensed appraisers, and 1 just became licensed last month or this month. And then we have 1 trainee and then a 0.3375 property transfer. And I believe we are going to increase that to 2.5, taking it away from the county manager's budget and just put that full FTE in my budget line for the mail part. So we increased the salary for the licensed appraiser that just became licensed. And then my trainee is retiring next year. So we are offsetting the budget. We won't look at hiring in 2025.
So that's an FTE that you're going to eliminate, and that's why your number is slightly lower in spite of the fact that you have wage increases in your budget. Is that
That's
correct?
correct, yes. But I don't know if I can commit to it in 2026 because we don't know what sales look like in the next reassessment period, because we're working sales right now for reassessment for the 2025 and 2026. But we won't be in the middle of reassessment in 2025. We will complete it after the trainee leaves. So then we can look at look at how much sales we have for the next reassessment period. So it's a temporary reduction for right now, for 2025.
Likely to have to be rehired in another year due to reassessment.
Due to the reassessment, but we'll have a good number of what our sales are looking like for that next reassessment period by the start of 2026.
Thank you, Assessor G, and I know you're working hard there. I'm curious, can you describe the software that you use? What date was it created? Do you think it's efficient from like a workflow perspective? Do you think there are better options? Are there investments we can make to increase your labor efficiency?
So with Tyler, our system communicates from the clerk. We get our workflow from the clerk. It's recorded from the clerk and recorder. And then our workflow pushes down to the treasurer to do the taxes. And we would not have made it. There's other counties who do not use Tyler, who had major issues with the bills that have passed for 23 and for 24. And with the new bills coming into place for 2025, we could not have done that work without using Tyler. And I say about 30 of the counties in the state use Tyler.
And that's the name of a software package?
That's correct. And it's split between the 3 departments. That cost, my part of the cost for the software program is 49,833.
Okay. So the answer to the question is you already believe you have a good software system.
Yeah, I would not do without it. The
Okay.
assessors department would not be able to operate.
Thank you. Anything else from the assessor? Thank you, Assessor G.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And record budget up next. Questions for the clerk and recorder?
No.
Well, I'll just observe for people not looking at this page by page, line by line. The assessor is showing an increase in salaries. As well as,
Assessor,
sorry, the clerk and recorder is showing an increase in salaries and showing a decrease in total expenses. That's quite a feat.
it's not an election year.
2025 is not an election year.
Right.
So, okay.
So the cost is lower in the clerk and recorder in non-elect and odd numbered years.
Yeah, I'd forgotten about that. Good call. So I think what I need to understand the clerk and recorder's budget and operation a little bit better. I need a sense of, and this actually applies for everybody. Like, I need to know where we have vacancies and how long we've had vacancies. Because I'm not sure we should be funding vacant positions with a budget that's this far underwater. And
There's the deputy county clerk in her budget that has not been filled.
so like, that's something, and I recognize that the clerk is not here and I hesitate to discuss.
She is online.
Oh,
Yep, I unmuted her and tried to promote her, but I'm not sure. But she's there.
Brenda, are you present? Sorry. It's,
She might have been. Brenda, if you can hear us, can you unmute?
you know what? I know that it is an election
Yeah, she's.
and we're gonna need to find some time to have a conversation with the clerk about her budget.
We'll make sure she knows that.
Or we can have questions regarding that budget that staff can
Get with her.
bring back
Either
to
way,
us.
it's up to you
Answers.
guys.
And I am texting her right now just in case she is able to join.
Yeah, I mean, my question is, do you have vacant positions? How long has it been vacant? You know, what's the impact of services of eliminating that vacant position? And I mean, just generally, I guess I'd like to understand that budget better. I know there's a lot of fees inside the DMV's office. I don't know how many of them are set locally and how many of them are set statewide. I think the the clerk and recorder is high on my list of people that I want to make sure have updated all of their fees before we pass this budget. So I think, I mean,
She did indicate she's with the election judges right now processing ballots.
yeah, which is fine. Okay, that's what I have on my mind for the clerk's budget.
I'll get with her.
Do you want to globalize your question across all departments about vacant positions and whether they should be filled?
Absolutely.
And have staff
Say that
bring back, have staff bring back, as opposed to having a comprehensive conversation with each one of the heads, maybe have staff bring back, have that conversation or what elements of that conversation are necessary and bring back to us comments about places where savings can be found by eliminating those unstaffed positions where it is seen that they can be done without, but they're not just sitting there as a nice thing to have.
Caroline, can you speak right now to whether or not we've got long-standing positions that we've been recruiting for and not been successful? If you can, I'd ask you to come up to comment on that. If not, it's okay also.
Do you happen to have that email I sent to you that has the data?
And I'm not presuming what
Vacancy
the
one?
answer to any of those.
Is that what the vacancy one?
Yep, it had all the data that you asked for.
Yeah, I do.
So there are positions that we've had vacant for a very long time that haven't been filled. The chief deputy for the clerk and recorder hasn't been open. We haven't been recruiting for it. It's just been vacant. The data that I gave you included positions that have been open for recruitment and vacant.
Thank you.
At the top of my mind, I mean, there was equipment operator, mechanic, Those were the two that had, and then there was some, in the sheriff's office, there was a detentions deputy position that's evergreen, that's been open since I got here. Patrol, been open since I got here. We keep those open all, if we're fully staffed, but we've never been fully staffed in either of those since I've gotten here. So, yeah. This doesn't include the vacancy information that I gave you, the spreadsheet with the vacancies.
Maybe able to find it.
I kind of summarized it in the text, though, talking about cost of vacancy and kind of the two strategies on the table, which is understanding the impact of the position, not filling it. There it is. Versus do we need to, an argument to fund it with the compensation analysis because we're not able to find it at the compensation rate that it's at. So it's kind of which strategy are we applying to which position and.
This one.
Is that what you're looking for?
Yep.
Like, do you want?
I don't know what I want to lop your head off. Sorry.
Okay, so, yeah, I don't know if you got it or not, but it was the one that had it was a spreadsheet that had everything in green was, we've been recruiting for more than 60 days. Paramedic, facilities technician,
Yeah, that was sent to all the board members.
correctional nurse, detective, equipment operator, senior mechanic. Detentions deputy and patrol.
So since we're having the general conversation, let's have the general conversation. But here's my sense of things. We have kind of three data points that we need to understand together, right? We have the wage study. We have our turnover rates and we have our vacancies. And I either I need to see them or I need to know that staff has kind of looked at the relationships between where we have evidence that wages are low in the wage study and we have evidence that wages are low in our turnover data and prioritize funding those wage increases. This is like, a big picture. One of the things that we're going to do to bring this budget deficit down, one of the options we have is to fund less than 100% of the results of that study. And so my approach to figuring out how far below 100% we can do and meaningfully impact our turnover rates is by sort of conducting an analysis of those three data points.
Of how many FTEs to which it will be applied in the budget.
Right. A wage study is sort of one version of market information, but the direct market information is where you have high turnover and where you have vacancies and you can't recruit, right? That's actually more solid information than the wage study. Right, because things are worth what people accept and we have positions where people have accepted wages. So is that making sense as like some sort of an exercise that I would like staff to undertake?
Yes.
It'll contribute to the understanding of the cost of labor, right? For the next year.
Well, and help us understand if we can back the wage increases out of any portions of the budget. The alternatives, right? It's backing out wage increases. It's getting clear on our revenues. It's deciding not to fund vacant positions, right? It's options like furloughing staff, right? I'm going down a list from easy to extreme, right? It's options like laying staff off current positions. This is kind of in the menu of options. I'm very interested in what I was just discussing with you because that feels easier. It feels like the first thing to look at.
I think my guess, because that's what it is on both parts, is that that unfunded currently vacant positions that are still in the budget are there for a reason. And they probably vary in their level of criticality. And that's why staff needs to look at it, I think, one position at a time. And I think that's staff management talking with department heads about each of those areas and those vacant, by positions. Because position by position, that analysis, that calculus is going to change about why it's important. For example, if you said, if we were still looking for a transfer station manager and we're operating 2 days a week, and you said, well, there's a position, let's eliminate that so that we can give a higher raise to everyone else that's still there. And it means that there's a significant critical drop in the ability to deliver services. That's one you would look at differently than maybe one that's under a different set of conditions. They're going to vary position by position as to whether they should be eligible for consideration for being eliminated from the budget. And I think personally, I think that's a staff management to department head conversation.
Is the goal to try to reduce the general fund deficit, or is it operational efficiency, or is it a combination of both?
I think they all tie in. And I will let you know, my bias right up front is that when we've spent several years finding savings throughout the organization, we're obviously getting down to the bone and there's less left. There's less discretionary stuff to get that doesn't put people on the street that were employed here and reduce services at this point by doing that. And I personally, that's a last resort for me. I want to be able to reduce turnover and bring people to this organization, have people here happy because they're paid well. But there are a lot of things we want, and we can look at the revenues and we can see what we've got this year. And so there's compromises we have to make in areas. I won't be here to do this year. I mean, I'm not going to be here to manage this, but I care about all the people in the organization. I care that we have, and I care about the people in the community that are served by the organization. And my preference, I put a very high priority on not reducing services and on keeping people here. At the same time, but at the same time, I'd like for all of these conversations and everything we do to inform the budget, the public of exactly what we're facing in the budget and why they're making hard decisions about the services they get and the people that are employed by the county when they say, we want this done, but we don't want to pay taxes. I want them to understand what that means when they say it. And I'll just say right now, I'll get it out too. When we look at making sure, for example, if we're this far upside down, this is why I said, how far are we willing to remain upside down going into the year? What do we need to reduce that to? And then to achieve that reduction, what are we willing to do to get there? And, that's in the area of what are the salary increases and what are the areas of cost cutting where you start just cutting stuff off the skeleton and getting rid of it. And I just want us all to be very clear what it means when we say that if we're going to reduce this much out of the budget, and that when we maintain that full, if you say, I want to have that full salary increase, that's doable. It might mean that if you have a number of chairs in the room of workmates, that somebody disappears out of one or two of those chairs in order to fund that. So the choice is between whether you can keep those chairs full and keep your workmates alongside you. So there's a give and take in there that we have to. That's why every one of these decisions, those three big dials I was talking about earlier, are critically important. And I care about all the people here, and I'd like to see everybody remain employed, and I'd like to be able to pay everybody as well as they can. And I'd like to be able to balance the budget. And obviously those three things aren't going to come together this year. So we have to figure out what decisions we do make.
So maybe Brian understands the direction and I don't. So just stop me if you already got it and you know what we need.
No, that's not it.
But
That was a comment about his opinion. I mean, I think the direction I'm hearing is they want to see vacancies overlaid with our staffing analysis or
Wage
our
study.
compensation analysis to determine the correlation between long-term vacancy and the need to increase its pay.
Turnover.
And turnover, yeah.
You did that as part of your salary.
Yeah.
work,
Yep,
didn't you?
but I'm curious about the comments about the hierarchy of preference and that there are things on the lower rungs that, are those off the table then for not to be considered, not to be discussed? Or do you want dollar amounts attached to those options too?
I'm not giving a direction, and I'm open-minded to priorities because there's three of us up here and I'm going to be gone too. What I'm saying is my preference is I value doing the things we have to do as creatively as possible and keeping the people that are in the chairs now in these positions, in those positions. I want our staff to know that they're valued and their jobs are stable. And that's, to me, a very high priority. But other people may have other priorities and they can set those as we go forward with the conversation, and then they can go forward without me in the next year and see what they do there too.
I don't think we're in a position yet to determine what is and is not under consideration.
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah. As far as that longer list that I rambled about, yeah, I don't think we're quite there to figure out how to prioritize stuff.
and I'm just shedding a light on my general of those big picture options that we have, the places we can turn the dials. Where my bias is, and I think we should go forward with the conversation, and that's why I'm open-minded. And I think, for example, my comment just a little bit ago in the last discussion, I think when we look at these vacant positions, that's an intelligent conversation that has to be had piece by piece between our general management staff and the department heads to determine which of those vacancies could be taken out of the budget. And it's presumptuous of me to figure what any of those could be.
Okay, let's get back to the budget book and then let's discuss sort of high level direction at the end. The next item is the commissioner's budget. Thank you, Carolyn. The next item is the commissioner's budget. A lot of this is just fixed, right? Our salaries are fixed by statute. And so that proposed increase is because we're going to elect 2 new commissioners, and those 2 new commissioners are going to earn more than the sitting commissioners. That's just how the commissioner's wage goes. So
Law. Right.
that's an FYI, but there are some dials that we can move here. And I do think, like, if be concise, I think travel and subsistence could go down. I'm willing to embrace paying for my own gas to get to meetings. I think my salary is adequate to pay for that. So I would love to see us. I know this is not a big impact. We're talking about $15,000, but I'd love to see us cut that number in half at least.
That's your call. I mean, we can move that to reflect current levels of spending.
And what would the 7,500 even be? Out of state travel?
Beth, you know this line item the best, right? I think, correct me if I'm wrong, dues and registrations is like
CCI.
conferences,
Hmm.
the organizations that we're members of.
Right.
Travel and subsistence is mileage reimbursement
And hotels.
and hotels.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need, moving forward, I don't need to seek mileage reimbursement. I haven't for years, and it's worth a little bit of money, but I think I'm paid fairly well anyway. So
Just on the mileage you're saying, as opposed to as far as the hotels, or if there's a cause for a flight, because we have had out of state travel before. What do you want?
Accelerate Colorado. Yeah.
Right.
So, travel, obviously prices aren't going down. Dues and registrations have increased. We have also increased the number of groups we belong to. And that's what made the big jump in dues and registration. And with that comes conferences that we like to go to and further the efforts that we're pushing across our region and our state. And that's why we changed that number to reflect what we're actually doing right now. So, I mean, if we want to, all the dues and registrations across the board are going up. So,
it's the travel. It's the travel and subsistence that I just think we should cut it in half at least. I just,
Yeah.
just pay for our gas.
I think it's okay. It's a tough year, especially.
Well, if we're
I
gonna,
mean, and to be clear, just so people know, this is we never include a mileage component for travel within the county, coming to this meeting, going to the county commissioner meetings, anything that's like that. What we've done is when we've gone to cross-state conferences and travel across the state, county commissioners have been reimbursed for, if they pay for it out of their pocket rather than through a county credit card, they're reimbursed for their hotel when they get there, if they're going to a conference, and for the mileage to get to that conference and back. And, you know, whether it's travel to meetings in Denver and places like that. Personally, I think that, and some commissioners have taken, you know, have taken mileage for driving outside the, driving from within the county to drive outside the county to get to a place within the county. And, you know, I think that the elimination of that, or even the elimination of these trips to Denver and stuff like that is kind of the least we can do.
I mean, what makes sense to me is to cut the number in half and put a policy in place that when reimbursements are, you know, when that fund is spent and you're buying your own, you're paying for your own gas for the rest of the year.
So the three of you in agreement with this cut are just gonna state the obvious here, right? That you're impacting a future board, not the three of you.
I'll be here for 2 more years.
I recognize
They
that.
can make their own decision. They can make their own decisions when they get here too, but I think it's a
It's a
good idea.
supplemental appropriation.
I think it's a good idea. And my comment a moment ago was only to make sure people know, because people can surmise a lot of things from listening to these conversations when they're left not fully explained, that nobody's been taking mileage to drive around in the county and go to meetings and stuff, go to meetings within this county and stuff like that.
It impacts new commissioners, but so does the new wage rate.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thing does, yeah.
So
All right, so cutting that in half to 7,500?
Yeah, sure.
I'm fine with that.
And
The commissioner's office seems to be one of the few areas that actually has a telephone charge.
Oh,
Mhm.
I mean, the one above it didn't. So I'm led to believe that that's not the fair share of the county's telephone service, but it's
Mm-mm.
something else.
It's a portion of cell phones.
So those are county supplied cell phones
Mhm.
to the commissioners.
Yes. And I don't know how many are gonna take it next year,
that's
so I'm just trying to be ready. Some people, yeah, you guys are like, no, I'm not carrying 2 phones. And I'm the same way. I don't know what's gonna happen next year, so I gotta be ready.
I think
They'll never miss it if you don't offer it.
Yeah, right.
let's move to the coroner's budget.
Telephone, look at it right there.
Yep, thank you. It's there. I looked up, I didn't look down.
Did you bring those? Am I stealing your M&Ms?
No, you are not. Those are for you. I let that brought up.
It's my breakfast.
Um. We've had some cost inflation in the coroner's office over the last few years, and I know the narrative at the time was, we had a coroner who spent 30 years or so on the job, who was physically big and strong, was able to make equipment, like less expensive equipment work, because of his ability to like lift a lot of weight up into a truck. And he was running with less staff, the former coroner. The current coroner, I think we need to have a conversation with the current coroner about whether he still needs everything that we put together to support him while he was kind of learning into the office. I'm hopeful that maybe he doesn't. He did go from half-time to full-time in terms of pay. I'm curious how that, like, what's happened in terms of his personal workload. I heard the comment earlier about a change in status. I just think that it's important for the coroner to describe his budget and what he's done to try to find savings, because what I'm not seeing in the coroner's budget is, at least in the numbers don't tell me a story of trying to be fiscally responsible.
The data that we need that we have not gotten is how their call load breaks down between who's going out and responding.
So we need call data from the coroner to try to correlate that to the staffing so that we can try to understand what kind of staff might be necessary there.
We've requested that data and not received it.
Is the board interested in requesting that data sort of right now?
Yeah, I would vigorously request it. I'm kind of curious how our expenses per call compare to communities of similar size too. It
Yeah.
might not be, it may be a false measure, but I think it would be interesting to understand.
Okay.
Coroner doesn't work for the county commissioners, but we set his budget.
Right.
So I think we can get his attention.
Yeah, I mean, we basically need some guidance about what to do here because something needs to be done. So some guidance from the coroner would be great. Otherwise, we're kind of shooting in the dark. I'm trying to get all of those references out of my lexicon. I apologize. Otherwise, we don't have the information we need and we're making guesses.
And we can make a difference and is worth discussing. I'd note that the entire expenditure budget for the coroner is $350,000. So we can make a dent, probably not a huge one.
I'll just keep turning over rocks. So anything else, any other observations on the coroner's budget?
No.
He does provide an annual report each year on his website that has the data you're looking for. I just noticed it.
It has the amount of calls that they go out on in terms of
Hold on, I'll tell you.
deceased persons.
They used to have the number of deaths per year in there, and we were pretty high being so close to the metro area. I don't know if that's still the case.
We have a lot of people come to visit and then not leave.
Yes. Yep,
We'll follow up.
definitely 68 deaths in 2022. I haven't looked at the comparison to other counties for a while, but 46 were locals, 22 were visitors. But just that info's there if you wanna take a look. at it.
Okay, and that's, yeah, okay. I just wanted to go back and find that other comment I did.
Right when.
We're gonna skip the sheriff's budget, sheriff's out of the,
I thought that was an opportunity.
oh, yeah.
Let's go. Let's hear it pass. Let's go.
On the hot seat, man.
Oh, yeah. The surveyor's budget is a total of $9,245. Say about the surveyor's budget. Treasurer?
It doesn't. It's just bad still, but it's right. Thank you.
And we do have the treasurer online.
I mean, Randy's sort of implied, and he's correct. I'm asking questions that are not going to meaningfully impact this budget, and I'm going to try to limit those. It is a little curious to me that we're seeing the employee benefit costs go down by $14,000, but I don't know that, that's not going to solve our budget problem.
That would be someone's change in their benefits, I would assume.
To be clear,
Because
I'm not criticizing your questions. I'm just trying to give context to them.
Yeah, no,
That's all. That's all I'm doing.
I'm not offended.
I'm not limiting what you're saying.
Yeah, we're good.
There's been some turnover on staff there, right? So that whoever has been hired has changed their benefit selection. So that's a direct
Can you
because of
hear
the
me?
new way we're calculating.
Yes.
Yes, we can. Carol, do you have anything to say
Hi,
about your
no,
budget?
yes, we have had some turnover and there was a change in the benefits requested for a current staff member.
Okay. Otherwise, what I have in my head, Carol or Treasurer Lee, is what's not in this budget book, which is that you made very significant cuts in 2016 or 2017, correct?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. So,
Other departments, this was in my mind, when we started seeing that, really getting serious about making the cuts, because what we had been hearing about for a long time was really coming. This was the first department that really made significant cuts and kind of slashed to the bone right at that moment, immediately.
It was a timing issue, Randy. Thank you. Yes. And we've managed to maintain with that. But a new House bill this year changed the way treasurer's deeds are done, which is the final piece of a tax lien. Basically, we have two sets of foreclosure data to maintain and process. They're both very labor intensive. So we're managing to do it, but I can't cut back anymore and still meet statute.
Carol, I want to start by just expressing a lot of gratitude. I know how hard you work to keep your budget low, like personally at home, like working extra hours. Are we going to need another FTE when we have a different treasurer?
Possibly, or once I retire, I really don't want to come back. I love you all, but just even part-time, but based on the complexity of the workload, there may be a point where a few extra hours on my part might be offered to the county. But it depends on who decides to run for office to replace me.
Yeah, of course. Okay, well, it's just one of the things in my mind, and as I think about our future needs, that's in my mind.
I kind of jokingly brought up a part-time body to handle the influx of treasurer's deeds. Right now, we're managing to do 10 at a time, about every 6 months. But again, I say they're incredibly labor intensive to meet the new statute guidelines. I'll know more by next year. And probably by the time I bow out, we'll know whether we need a part-time person to help support the labor in this office. But at this point, my budget is as skinny as I can get it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't have any other questions or thoughts.
No.
We're going to skip back up to the sheriff. I want to thank the sheriff for being here. Sheriff Harris, before we start peppering you with questions, do you want to do you have anything to say?
Up here.
Final meal.
I mean that in a welcoming way, I mean that in
I will say that.
We wanted you to know how much we love you now.
Okay. We've spent a lot of time going through our budget, probably more than anyone in the sheriff's office can remember in the past. So, y'all hired me to do a job. There's a reason I'm here. And so I want to be able to do the job that you hired me to do with the resources that we have. But it also takes professionalism, it takes money, it takes experience to get the sheriff's office to where this community wants it to go and where you all want it to go. But I understand kind of the budget situation we're in. But at the same time, as I want you all to know, I mean, we spent an inordinate amount of time, cutting everywhere we can, being judicious on the way we spend money. and trying to also at the same time as professionalize our staff and our workforce. But that's kind of where we're at.
Okay. Thank you. Do you, any changes in particular to your budget or your operations that you want to highlight for us? And then I've got a list of questions.
Not particularly, right? I mean, I think when we look at 24, we brought in a policy analyst in our Alexa poll. We thought we were going to be able to, we thought we were going to have it come back to you for a budget appropriation. But because we had cost savings in other areas, we didn't need to, and because we were judicious in the way we were saving money. But that position we're still going to need moving forward in 25. We hired strategic communications manager in 24, which I think if this organization had a position like that in the past, we would be in a better position than we are now. Obviously, we've seen the immediate benefit of having a strategic communications manager in our social media and our outreach with the press, and how we've handled some incidents as well, because we're prepared on how to handle those type of things. I think those are two critical positions that we brought on in 24 that we need obviously in 25. If we look, I mean, I wasn't here, right? But I look back and I look at the staffing that we have, and there was many, I think we just kind of turned and went about our business and didn't really think about having a strategy, a long-term strategy, long-term planning, and how the sheriff's office should operate. So there are some changes that we've made, and those are two pretty big ones as well. Obviously, one of the big liabilities in the sheriff's office is a lack of experience and lack of supervision. And the environment is to where we were in a position where we didn't have supervisors on duty, and so we have young, inexperienced deputies making critical decisions without any supervision. We're not talking about having deputies with 10 or 15 years on the job making decisions. We're talking about young men and women who were right out of the academy, and this might even be their first job. So having an environment where you don't have really good leadership is a big liability, and it continues to be a liability for us. So the need to have supervisors on the street and have 24-hour coverage as much as we can is literally our top priority in the sheriff's office.
Okay. I know it's easy to look at your department accounting for about half the general fund and feel like there's got to be some savings there. And this is a department that, from my perspective, doesn't have the history of the treasurer's office, right? And so just sort of sharing that, we have a report from 2 years ago that says that not only do you need to figure out how to hire the number of patrollers you have budgeted for, you need to budget for more. Same thing with jail deputies. Sorry, just sort of to introduce the conversation about the budget, this is a difficult one. Because there's some conflicting information, and our side of the house, we have found serious savings by bringing in fresh eyes. And I remain hopeful that your fresh eyes and the fresh eyes you're bringing into the sheriff's office will, find meaningful savings, right? I mean, the story I love to tell is we had an HR director that asked when the last time we rebid stop loss insurance, right? Day one, she saved us $700,000 a year or something. So I don't know that you're going to find $700,000 a year, but what I'm trying to do is kind of set the frame for how I'm looking at your budget. And I'm curious, Mitch, Randy.
If I could say,
yeah.
George, we're on pace to be under budget.
For the first time in years.
Okay. And so I think that speaks for itself, right? And for the work that we've done in the office. But it doesn't mean that we don't have needs, right? We have, we had that jail assessment, and the jail assessment said, looking at population growth in the county, population is going to remain constant in this county through 2050. What is not going to remain constant is the amount of people who are accessing our county, amount of people who are coming through our county, and the need for public service in our county. So while population remains constant, the need for services and public safety does not remain constant. So therefore, you're going to have an increase in calls for service while the population remains constant.
Your EMS, not the EMS director, I think agrees with that statement. So does the fire chief, the road and bridge director. So yeah. Anyway, Mitch, Randy, anything else just in terms of, this is a big budget. I wanted to just spend a minute kind of framing it. And then we can get into questions.
No, I think going into the questions is going to be the most helpful part.
Okay.
Going line by line through this thing.
First off, does your proposed budget include a shift to FPPA?
Sorry?
Does your proposed budget include a shift to FPPA?
No.
It does not.
We were projecting for year one at FPPA be $125,000. Only. Not even with that, even if FPPA were an option, right? And the voters pass it and you all convene and agree to move forward. I think in year one, we projected it was $125,000. And I think that is, if there were additional, if we had to fund that through additional cuts or an FTE cut, we would absolutely be willing to do that. But we did not, I believe, project FPPA into the 2025 budget.
Yeah, there are no changes to the pension system at all in the proposed budget.
And so we had a work session in July and we kind of set a goal of increasing organization-wide retirement benefits by 3%. And that had a number, and the 125,000 was on top of the 3% increase. Am I remembering that correctly?
We reviewed what the potential increases could be. We gave you the cost of analysis of FPPA going to, I'm forgetting the name of the other pension system. And then we gave you a general number of 2 or 3% of just if we added that to the 401k that we have today.
That's what I thought I remembered, but we don't need to settle that here. I just sort of a note of caution that number, that 150,000 number might be more like 450,000.
That's my concern, is waiting for the election to.
Well, it depends.
Yeah.
Yeah, are we talking about the 401k or are we talking about FPPA, right? So two different, right? Which is what you're saying.
Anyway, we don't have to settle that here. I'm just going through the list here. OEM is the first one, Office of Emergency Management. I know there are counties our size that operate with one FTE. I know that emergency management is something that is valuable to invest in, right? I don't want to denigrate the service. Have you and I know you had a vacancy. Have you hired that vacancy?
No, we haven't. We're in the process of interviewing for that vacancy. We're in the process of determining what that's going to cost, because it's my understanding that part of the OEM salary structure is reimbursable through grants.
I see 60,000 in grants and I see 196,000 in salaries. So I guess one of the questions is, if we don't fund that position, and right now would be the time to have that conversation before you make the hire. So if you're conducting interviews right now, I'd ask you not to while we figure out if we want to fill that position.
I think, that process was already in place, and there we were in a position to potentially make an offer. And I had the discussion that we needed to hold off for now until we had this broader discussion.
Okay.
I think we had a discussion yesterday with leadership about, the impact of hiring a brand new OEM director who has clearly hit the ground running, who clearly has the experience and knows what she's doing, but understanding that, she is one person and that the needs there, she's expressing the needs to have a coordinator to help, deliver the other part, right, of the job, so to speak. And so, again, an organizational risk is, putting too much of the pressure of that other position on this one person. And therefore, do you squeeze, not just in OEM, but I think just in general, right? Do you squeeze, you're asking somebody to give, an extra 20 hours a week, and that's a tough ask.
They're already working full time. That is not a ask we should make.
I think the other question needs to be asked though is what stops getting done, right? If we're not gonna add, what, we check off the box and just says, we're just not doing this anymore because we don't have resource to do it.
And is that other position, is it partially grant funded? Is the grant tied to that position? Like, is it dollar for dollar savings of not funding that position? So those are some of the questions, and I do think we should be looking at that position. So I don't know if the board agrees with that.
Philosophically, I think the sheriff needs to look at his positions as opposed to us telling him which ones should be scrutinized. You know, if there is a determined need to save money within the budget, I think it comes to the sheriff and his leadership to help figure out what that is, as opposed to cherry picking a position.
I think if we go through this list of both lines and questions, I think at the end, then there'll be a target. And then the sheriff can make those discretionary calls about what's going to be the best and then bring those discretionary calls back to us through staff. So work directly.
Mr. Chair, can I call a timeout for a moment? This is a good example. So Rachel and I are keeping a running tally here of comments that we're hearing. Like, look at this fee, look at that, look at this. But they're individual comments, and that was a great example of some potential
direction,
some potential direction that we don't have commitment yet from the board. So I think we need to run through that list before we end today, just to make sure we're heading down a path that all three of you support.
The summary pass back to the list at the end of the day. Quick one is which one is a direction and which one is a recommendation? Bring us something or use your discretion and make the best choices in order to hit a common goal.
Yeah, that seems fair.
It's good.
I see, Matt, can you explain to me, page 37, maintenance agreement? We're going from 95,000 to 604,000?
That's likely the vehicles, right, Matt? So, you know, going to a leasing program for vehicles.
You are shifting to a leasing program.
Yes, sir.
We're looking at it.
It's not definite, but that is what we are proposing to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Currently can't get the vehicles that have already been requested in the purchase. So just also know that the ones that have been requested for purchase are still waiting on delivery, and that's across all operations. So some of the CIP data that you're seeing also includes that we're just going to have to carry forward just based on manufacturer availability.
What is it about leasing that increases the availability? They're already in stock and in hand when people do have them available to us.
Commitments from on delivery, which is totally different than if you're owner.
So there are leasing, basically what that means is there are leasing companies in line in front of us.
Yes.
Okay.
Am I correct that we looked at this? Did we look at it organization wide or just in Road and Bridge?
We looked at it organization wide and fell over the time because of where interest rates were. It didn't make sense. That was 6 to 8 months ago. Maybe even leading up to this budget season, but it's been a while.
That recent?
Well, like I said, I mean, it was probably leading up to this budget year last year. Yeah.
So I remember. Okay.
What's the big drop in outside services? 450 down to 150. Line item above the last one.
The IT,
Page 37 on the admin budget.
is it IT?
Yeah, that could be IT.
Has to be IT.
That could be the Axiom contract.
Yeah,
I wondered, okay.
it has to be IT.
Yeah.
That is one of my general questions is where am I finding the costs associated with JeffCom in this? Does this fall in your budget? Does it fall somewhere else?
It's a good question. Where did she move that to?
It's in,
Is it in the maintenance agreement?
it's in the SO budget.
Not admin.
It's,
Shared dispatch.
move this to the maintenance agreement. So it's 150,000 in the admin, sheriff admin, under account. Seven three five five oh, outside services.
Yeah, so that 150 that's sitting there is Jeff Collins.
Additionally, there's maintenance agreement, which is in the maintenance 73650 and admin, that's also partly paid for. Pays for Jeffco.
What is the amount, what is the amount that's under maintenance agreement that's related to Jeffcom?
It's not broken out. I have three parts to it. I have Jeffcon, Lexipol, and LPR. And that's 600,000 is the line at 605 rounded up number
For all three.
in the operating account.
And then obviously, like we still experience admin costs, we have capital costs associated with maintaining the equipment. I guess I'm curious to hear. We had a conversation about operationally how that conversation went, and obviously that's the priority to focus on, but curious in our budget cycle how that decision has affected our bottom line.
Yeah, what did the financial benefit of detriment going to Jeffcom turn out to be? I mean, at the end, because it comes out of salaries and wages and other stuff too, that's in when we had our in-house. So understand, it would be, apart from this, it would be good to get I think in the near future, we need to see an analysis of what the overall costs and savings were. Jeffcom, and as it's actually settled out.
The zeroed out of the, million that had been paid for on an annual basis for communications in 2023 was the last fully burdened communications thing. It's completely zeroed out this year. So just to give you that, and then we can follow up with the total number for Jeffcom. So it's $1 million compared to what you guys are paying now.
That's not crucial for the passage of this budget.
No.
Curiosity.
That's what I said, report in the near future.
And that whole transition was pre-Matt.
Right, yeah.
Post-Matt. And so some of the things we're working with the previous administration on, new sheriff comes in, different things get done based on new eyes looking at things too, so.
And I think there's a capital cost savings over the course of time that's, because our terminals were aging, right? They would eventually have needed to be replaced. And so while we save money on salaries and some positions we also had to retain, but I think look at the long-term savings on capital of going to Jeffcom, it's unrealized at this time of what that would cost. But we do know that eventually we would have to invest in, additional terminals and technology to keep up.
Okay.
And we still maintain a CCIC and CIC coordinator, which is Tom, because during the daytime hours, we're responsible for our warrants and packing warrants and getting all that information. So we've tasked that with others in the organization to make sure that we're complying with what Jeffcom could have provided us.
Thank you. I see. Oh, nope, I asked that one. I think confinement commissary. You mentioned some optimism around selling nicotine in the jail and projecting some revenue from that.
Right.
Is it more than $1,000?
Oh, I think so. I think it'll be significantly more than $1,000.
It was $600 in the first 2 weeks of when they implemented it.
Okay, well, this is not our silver bullet, but that number might be able to, triple or so, I don't know. Not our silver bullet. Paper cuts.
They've also looked at like selling soda and stuff like that down there. So I mean, they're the captain down there's looking at making revenue ideas.
What's your man for vitamin B12 and tofu?
Probably not the same demand for.
Just wondered.
I did not get that. I went right over my head.
Under.
So I see. I see a contract here for medical services. And I'm also see that we denied an FTE request for a jail clinician. Is that the part-time jail clinician? Am I getting it right? Would hiring that part-time jail clinician save us money in this contract?
Do you want to answer that?
So we have a doctor oversight, which is what our contract for is for our medical provider, which is cheaper than what we had found through the RFP process. So we currently have a nurse opening. So we have one full-time nurse currently on one opening, which we're in the process of applications. The captain had put in for a part-time like mental health clinician because JBBS's services and the scope of what they do doesn't work with suicide watch and like clearing somebody off that watch. So that's what he was looking at. So.
That was one of their cuts to fund the compensation.
Yep. We also put in for a jail sergeant position downstairs, which would be a cut. And a priority scale would be the kitchen manager because we're looking at Lexipol, our new policy software of what's best practice. Best practice would be to have oversight with 2 kitchen personnel that are not inmates. Inmates can't be managing other inmates in a kitchen setting when their staff member's not there. So in a priority scale and with policy and what the requirements are, that's where our higher priority would be in hiring in the jail would be that second kitchen staff member.
Okay, this is a good segue also, just for me to share that sheriff's office has been working in alignment with all of us as we work through this budget dilemma, unlike in past years. So they came to the table and helped us make these decisions. It wasn't us making it for them, so.
Oh, okay, I get it. You were not denied. This was.
No, we actually,
Yes.
we looked at our budget. Thank you. We determined, we want to fund a compensation package. I mean, and so where would we be okay to make those potential cuts or not hire? And that's, and that was one of the areas where, not saying it's not important, but, in totality, we made that recommendation.
I noticed that training seemed to all roll up into the admin level. As opposed to being, on patrol and in corrections and things like that, or confinement, excuse me. I'm just curious how it changed. Was there a net increase in training? Was there an increase in training budgeted?
I think we asked for more money for training than we had in prior years.
Did you ask for enough?
I mean, I think it was with our staffing. I mean, we inherited a staff on patrol that was at 50%. So I think it was hard to gauge. We've now caught up to staffing levels somewhat. So we've had, with bringing on new supervisors, we've had to put them through supervision schools to make sure that they've got that next level. But it's been across the board where we've been sending patrol and detention deputies to different trainings through that. So I think the budget was in alignment with where it needs to be currently.
Thank you.
And I think what Matt's also saying is that when we're short-staffed, we're not able to use that training budget, right? And so the priority has to be, running the 24-hour operation. So when we put that together, realizing where we are with staffing and try to find that right number.
And I think just to highlight a couple of things. So what we did, like what Brian highlighted for us, was that the cuts that we looked at making from our budget to get the market study was the radio technician position is potentially getting rid of that. 2 detention deputies and then a patrol deputy. I think that's important to highlight, like that structurally and organizationally, we can do that. There's a huge cost associated with us training people to bring them on in both the jail and patrol, and it's about $40,000. So we're constantly having that 38%. It's really difficult. That number is if we were able to pay on the front end to retain staff, you're gonna see a decrease in that. So, I mean, we've had, as Carol Ann's helped us with this, we've had a lot of change and a lot of turnover, so.
I think Jenny, what was a 40% attrition from last year?
41% for
No.
2023.
How has that number changed as, January to September? Is it getting better?
It's,
2024.
I think there's a lot of optimism that, with the salaries study that Carol Ann put together, as well as the hub of FPPA, that will be able to sustain and be able to have a professional, well-paid organization that's at least competitive. I mean, I think one thing to note for us is that Matt and I went to the sheriff and undersheriff conference, and the metro area is running another pay analysis. And across the board, our partners in Summit and Gilpin are running that as well. So the numbers that are projected are only going to go up higher after this year. I mean, a starting patrol deputy at a metro can make up to 113,000 a year. I mean, a sergeant is surrounding us at Summit's at 138,000. I mean, we're nowhere in the ballpark as to that. So what's really keeping us together is kind of the framework that we have for our guys to be able to work within and the teamwork. So I mean, I think it's everybody pulling in to get the results on the calls and coming together because they want to be able to do this. Majority of our staff doesn't want to leave. They've weathered the storm and they want to make this a retirement place. So.
I've been hopeful that we would see turnover decrease throughout the year. I mean, January was a high tension moment in the sheriff's office, and now it's October 29th, and feels like there's stable leadership. And the vibes from what I can see feel pretty good.
And I don't have the tangible numbers, but I do feel that our attrition rates have certainly decreased since the beginning of the year.
That would be, I would love to, I don't know if it's going to change the budget, but that's a data point that I would love to have. So to summarize, you added a policy analyst, a PIO, 3 sergeants for patrol and confinement. New in your budget this year is a records technician and a kitchen manager. And you eliminated 3 vacant FTEs to make up for that. And will you just say one more time the 3 FTEs?
Yeah, it was a radio technician. 2 detentions deputy, 2 detentions deputies, and 1 patrol deputy.
Okay.
And then we removed potentially remove the clinician, the part-time clinician piece from the jail.
Okay.
Part-time clinician for what?
From the jail, there was a request initially when we did our initial budget request. We didn't know about the deficit that we were facing as a county, so we removed that once we recognized it where the county was at.
What does that clinician do? What's the function?
It should be basically a mental health clinician that would be able to help UBS and our staff with suicide watches, making sure that, evaluating to deem if they're safe to be off of a suicide watch. We're also working with chat and trying to increase that partnership with them as far as helping inmates in the jail. I can't say enough about how helpful Aaron's been with EMS and chat. This is truly the direction that we needed as a county after the glass case. I mean, I think that the use we've seen in our officers' interactions with chat has been, I think the sky's the limit for that program. So I can't say enough about the help we've received in that and the success our officers have faced, especially given our inexperience history.
Sorry to make you repeat yourself for part of that. I just wanted to tie it together. Okay.
So I'm kind of jumping around here, so I have to take a second to get. Is it worth investing in, what does your grants function look like right now? Is it?
Function meaning our process and how we go about identifying grants.
Yeah, are we adequately investing in identifying and pursuing grants?
I would say no.
Yeah, I'd agree. Rebecca, when remember when Rebecca was here, she provided us a ton of great information. And I think that's the most progress that we had. But I would say as an agency as a whole through time, we haven't been. We found some grants like for the body scanner, like the x-ray machine and stuff like that. But ideally, I think there's a lot more grants that are out there that we haven't pursued, and we're tracking those a lot closely. It was a huge loss to us to lose Rebecca because she'd made a lot of groundwork with getting those services for us.
We've replaced the position. It starts November 15th.
Okay. Next question. I just wanted to make sure that was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also improved the pay. It's part of the account. You need a separation of accounting duties within the finance team as well. So you guys checks and balance. Checks and balance, sure. Thank you. Sorry about that. Sorry. So Rebecca's position is being filled mid-November, and then the position is doing accounting as well as grants work because we have to have a separation of duties in the finance team. So want to make sure that that's,
Was Rebecca doing accounting as well?
she was not.
Well, I just would
Pay
like to
was
state, I would just like to state that from my perspective, on the list of things to decide whether we want
Sure.
direction at the end or not, having a full-time grant person, both to identify grants, to write grants, to work in collaboration with people outside the organization on other communal grants that we're doing, and then to manage grants and do grant reports at the end of the day. Feels like a full-time position to me that we identified immediately was more than paying for itself instantly. And to try to piecemeal it, I think my own gut feeling right now is that's a mistake. And I think we should have that conversation.
A way to augment our grant searching efforts is via contract. There's a lot of contract grant support out there. I would encourage you all to, I was sitting at the opioid conference, and the amount of federal and state money out there for, things like behavioral services in the jail, which I know is a grant we have. I think there's a lot out there, and that might be one of the things that really, like, we're talking about turning over rocks, right?
Right.
Maybe that's the rock.
So if I can just defend that decision just a moment, the reality of the accounting work that goes into grant funding is pretty significant. So there's a distinction between managing the general ledger and managing financial reporting. That position is doing that work. The competition for someone who can do both is not out there. We get a higher level financial analyst on this kind of work. You also didn't have a director in the role who used to manage all the financial aid for the state of Colorado. You now have that. So it's just something to add to a kaleidoscope that hasn't been launched. I'm at 2 people. So just
We should look at all the options when we're doing that. I want to say my recent experience with doing some grant writing myself right now has been people who are outside the organization that come in and provide almost pro bono the actual grant writing at the outset. But it's a loss leader in an organization that wants to work because that's where they get some of their funding. Whether it's a nonprofit that tries to get excess funding because they can charge a high fee on the grant management and the project management afterwards, and then be able to take the profit off of that and roll it into their other activities in a nonprofit organization, or whether it's a for-profit organization. The downside to outsourcing that is that you're working with a salesperson who has their own agenda, as opposed to having someone who's dedicated and flexible to be able to move to wherever you need them, whether it's an internal grant you're going for unilaterally for your own organization, or whether you're moving outside the organization, working within a group grant request. So sorry, I saw your glasses rolling and I thought you were going like that, like wrap it up. And I haven't said that much today.
I would try to be more subtle than that.
And so, again, my bias is towards having someone in-house. Now, to have them double up with the grant reporting so that it doesn't fall on the finance department is seriously, I think, is important too. But however we work it out, I think having someone full-time for that purpose is really important.
I think what we just heard Rachel say is we don't believe we're losing capacity based on the changes that we're making.
Yeah.
Which includes for hire. Yeah. But we understand the importance for sure.
100%.
And we agree with it.
See it.
Yeah.
Organization-wide, I think what you're hearing is if there's a need for more capacity, this board understands that and is going to invest in it. Thank you. I don't think I have any other questions or comments on the sheriff's budget. I mean, there's a lot changing in here, and it seems like it's for the better. And in the years past, we've been at this time of the year where we've had standing vacancies. Savings were not realized, and we couldn't quite explain or understand what that money was spent on. In this case, there have been vacancy savings, and it's really clear what it was spent on. It was spent on improving your use of force policies, right? It was spent on having a PIO to to deepen your relationship with the community. And so just want to sort of end with that. I don't know if others have any other
No,
comments.
that was really well stated.
Um, we went through the treasurer, we went through the, oh, no, we didn't. County attorney. So county attorney's office, we have a request for one additional FTE for an assistant county attorney. That's why you're seeing the number go from 381 to 691. Just observing that for the room, Peter, what, can you describe the need for that position? Just anything that we need to know about your budget and what you went through to construct your budget?
Sure, absolutely. So traditionally, the county attorney's office has always had one assistant county attorney. At times, it's had two assistant county attorneys. That was as recently as 2018. I can tell you that even going back to 2019 and 2020, our budget was generally around almost $600,000. Notwithstanding that the position Bob did not fill the assistant county attorney position when the last one became vacant in 2018 based on the budget issues. But the position remained in our budget. So it's always been there until about 2.5 years ago, where it was removed from our budget. And so the budget that you saw last year, for example, was just presuming that we had ourselves, meaning myself and one paralegal who's also the executive assistant for the office manager. They're all one person. When I was hired, one of the first things that Bob Leffler, my predecessor, said to me was, you need to hire an assistant county attorney. And I asked why he didn't do it. He said because of the budget and because he was winding down. And it made perfect sense that I would then take on that responsibility. My determination at that time was to see how I could manage without an assistant county attorney. And understanding that the first year is always kind of an onboarding year in this type of position, you learn it, you get the feel for the culture. I wasn't asking the board for that, but even as early as 1 year in, by the end of that year, I had previewed to the board that there's going to be a point where I'm going to need to ask for an assistant county attorney. The budget issues obviously have been really taxing on the county, no pun intended. And so I'm now here just about 4 years. And I will tell you that I have knowingly decided not to ask for that position for that specific reason, that I did not want to add to our budget and the budget woes, especially when we knew that all of the divisions were looking for areas to cut. I know that the board had been receptive and even sympathetic to the situation and was willing even a year ago to entertain that. But I'm the one that asked not to entertain it. And I can recall talking to the board at certain times, and probably about a year ago when it was offered that they could push for that the board could push for that I said, no, let me tell you when I absolutely positively need it, and I will come to you. I hit that point probably 9 months ago. And unfortunately, it's just snowballed and continues to become a harder and harder situation in order to maintain this level of staffing. While our office is able to maintain ensuring that liabilities are protected, I cannot guarantee that if this level of work continues, that will always be the case. That is to say nothing of the fact that my ability to be responsive to day-to-day tasks is severely limited. I am a person who likes to respond to emails within 24 hours, at least acknowledge that I've received them. And I am finding situations now where I can respond within a day or two just to say, I will look at this in a day or two. But looking at just my emails and the tasks alone in that, we're talking not just weeks, we're talking months on some tasks that have to keep on getting pushed down because of other priority matters that come up. The county attorney's office is a full service office. We field calls from county staff all day. I am very lucky that the directors feel very comfortable reaching out to me and that staff feels comfortable reaching out to me. And not just me. When I say me, I mean the office, because I will tell you that Annette Reimer, who is our senior paralegal and the executive assistant, were it not for her, no contracts would be getting done on a timely basis because Nanette is able to run with the drafts, get them to me, and we move forward. I did without Nanette for about a month while she was on leave. And I have to tell you, everything just got pushed. I handled the main stuff, only messed up a few things for Nanette's purposes, but she was able to clean it up when she got back. But that office relies on her. So understanding that, I've asked for the assistant county attorney with the wage study. The proposed salary is commensurate with what we would expect an assistant county attorney would make in this area. I will tell you, I've also reached out to other counties for their pay levels, and it's absolutely in line. I think the increase in the salary in the budget also reflects a proposed salary increase to my services as well as part of the compensation study. The board is aware that I have made it very clear I do not want to accept any pay increase if the compensation study is not funded. That's my choice. But more important would be an assistant county attorney in terms of that compromise. I have also looked at options of outsourcing, and not just outsourcing what an assistant county attorney might do, but outsourcing the county attorney's office as options. It's not at all recommended. I mean, I certainly don't think you would get the level of service, but I did research these. I can tell you that for outsourcing in lieu of having an assistant county attorney, it's going to be very difficult because part of the reason that you have an assistant county attorney is to develop the relationships with staff so that these in-house people understand the culture and the background on all these variety of issues that come about. And the benefit of having somebody in-house is that it is an added level of protection. You don't want people not to run contracts by you. You don't want them not to say, hey, what do you think about this? Or we've just heard this, or could you look at this waiver that I've just been asked to sign? We want people to do that. So when you use outsourcing, it's more for discrete projects. And that's typically like revising the land use code, revising short-term rental regulations, those type of things. Code enforcement, I've reached out to numerous counties. Nobody outsources code enforcement because it's not worth it from the cost perspective. The other thing is that, and one reason that this has been an added burden on our office is that 2 years ago, the legislature took away, literally said, district attorneys may not handle code enforcement cases anymore. So what that means is it falls to us, the county attorney's office. We weren't designed for that, not at this point. And so that's an added burden. And candidly, I have at least one code enforcement case that I need to file a lawsuit on that has been sitting for well over 6 months or more. And every time that the community members reach out to me, I tell them I will get to it. I promise I'm going to get to it. And then another issue or another contract or another priority matter has to come up that relates to liability. So in answer to your question, the office desperately needs an assistant county attorney. I have spoken with Nanette, and we know that if it's not funded, we will find a way to get by, but the board needs to be aware of our concerns. Just one last thing. Gilpin County recently outsourced its county attorney's office. Now, Gilpin County is not the same as us. We are a category 3A county by statute, which means we have certain population, certain budget. Gilpin County is a category 3B. So they did an RFP to outsource the office. What they ended up doing was they did hire a private firm and they essentially eliminated the in-house county attorney, but they kept the in-house paralegal. So their budget is remaining flat for the county attorney's office that year. But what they've done is they've left the paralegal for the same costs, and then they hired this private firm. The private firm has estimated that they will provide 12.5 hours of work, attorney work a week, and 5 hours of dedicated staff time. The attorney work at 12.5 hours a week ranges in cost from anywhere from $390 an hour down to $270. So as a result, with 12.5 hours a week and the staff time, they've estimated $250 a year. So yes, on paper, that does look less expensive. Certainly, if we were to do a comparable situation, the board would understand that you'd limit your, oh, I forgot also, that doesn't include litigation work. That's separate and apart and charged at a higher hour. And they also get $4,000 a month just to attend meetings and such. So that's an additional, whatever, 48,000. So that being said, the county could, I realize I'd be getting myself out of a job, but the county could do that, understanding you would lose a tremendous amount of a level of service. And that would include random things, reaching out, hey, can you tell me about this legislation? Hey, can you give me your thoughts on this? Can you do the fire authority agreement? Can you do these various things? I think it needs to be understood what you'd be missing. So I leave it at that. I leave it to the board's discretion.
Okay, I just have one question. You mentioned that when Nanette was out of town and you were here, that you were able to hang in there. There wasn't anything she couldn't clean up at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Then you mentioned that what Gilpin County's done. So I just have one question to help finish that out. How does it go on when you're out of town and Nanette's here?
So I haven't taken a vacation in 2.5 years.
Oh, okay. We don't have an example.
Well, I'm just saying, so I have not been out of town. My last vacation was about 2.5 years ago. And during that vacation, I attended a board meeting via Zoom. And then I had my county attorney conference on that Friday.
Okay.
That I appeared via Zoom on. So
thank you for being so candid.
Yeah. I also want the board to know Nanette handles all the marijuana and liquor license and special permitting. And so while she was away, she managed to make it that all I'd have to do is speak to the board about it and then copy something and file it and upload it. I didn't do the real work related to that.
How'd that go?
I messed just one or two things up and she took care of it.
Rather than getting specific, I'm going to ask you a general question.
Right.
Are there opportunities to, are there any roles you're playing your office is playing inside the organization that you have an opportunity to reduce your engagement?
Yeah. So
policy development?
A lot of it comes and we're behind. I mean, I've owed policies for a while now. It could fall to each of the individual divisions to come up with policies and recommend policies. The thing is candidly, a lot of those divisions are so overly taxed right now, they can't get to it, or they don't necessarily have the staff available with the expertise to put it together. So the initial stages of things, just sometimes, we still need to be involved in. That has been the experience. So the policies that I have my list of policies I want to do that are separate and apart from division. They need to come from me. But then there are a number of policies that come from divisions that right now they're not able to work on, or I've asked to utilize to be the one to move something along. I've been lucky with the sheriff's office because the sheriff's office hired a policy analyst position who is onboarding all the Lexipol policies for the sheriff's department. I attend those meetings occasionally when I can, but I am sitting with 4 or 5 generally what I would call HR related policies for the sheriff's office that I've owed them for quite a while. And so notwithstanding that the initial work can come from a division, the county has to be involved. I mean, the county attorney's office has to be involved. So it's hard to combine or say that I could pick some of that back to the departments.
So as I understand it, well, let me stop this dialogue and just say to my colleague here.
Continue.
As I understand it, like the code enforcement cases are not being pursued. Right? When people do voluntary compliance after getting a letter, is that happening?
Yeah, so the division that handles code enforcement has really upped its game significantly past few months. They are actively going out to properties. I would say, I mean, I can defer to Amy on this, but we have constant contact with them as well, and they're going out. We have some very qualified people in there. But once it gets to the point that they are not getting compliance, it must come to our office for next steps. We have to either file a lawsuit or that's pretty much it.
So we've had some turnover in code enforcement at the code enforcement level. That's sort of on the front end of a pipeline for your office that's going to increase your workload to the benefit of the public, right? Like let's remember that we had a fire start in Idaho Springs. That was a code enforcement case we could have pursued 2 decades before.
Mhm. Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Anything else to help? I mean, I don't know that I'm not prepared to offer direction on this, except it might be nice to see those numbers that you presented like in writing so that we can play with them. as far as
Absolutely.
This option of outsourcing.
Absolutely.
One other question I have, do you feel adequately sourced on your outside services? You've got professional services on the side. That's a fairly low number, right?
Thank you for bringing that up. So that same budget that I mentioned in the past would have an assistant county attorney in it. It also had you typically at least $100,000 in the professional services budget. We have knocked that down to 25 at the request of finance at the time. We have not exceeded it, but we have also not been availing ourselves of outside counsel services for the most part. I have had the benefit of utilizing Bob Leffler as a temporary assistant county attorney on some very discrete projects. And we've still managed with that to maintain under about 10,000 or 11,000. That will exponentially change if we don't get an assistant county attorney and instead have to outsource. I will have to outsource more, even discrete projects. I'll have to come across.
I'm bringing this up because what pops up right off the bat to me is child protection and our specialty legal services like child protection and NEPA. $25,000 has gone pretty fast.
Right. So let me tell you about child protection. Fortunately, in 2018, the county attorney's office and human services worked out an agreement essentially where the outsource of human services was done by human services. They are technically special temporary county attorneys. They're outside project. I still, by statute, have supervision over them, but they run their show. They are the outside counsel that we have. They're phenomenal. But that comes out of human services budget and is reimbursed in part as a result.
So do we have someone that still that sits in your office up there, sits across from you?
No, that was so when the county attorney's office traditionally had 2, one of them was partially human services and then partially just general. So now we don't.
Staff
Yeah, we don't need that. We're fortunate, and human services did reach out to me as to whether it would be more cost effective. Could they split a position for us that would allow us to get an assistant county attorney? It doesn't pay for us to do that because that doesn't affect our budget. And human services has its own separate and state reimbursed a portion of that reimbursed. So I prefer it stays under their budget.
You'd like to keep it separate?
Yes.
It'd stay under their budget and report to you, correct?
Yes, and they do technically report to me. I mean, by statute, they They do technically report to me, and I speak to them every so often, but not routinely. I would say that the Human Services Director speaks to them on an almost daily basis. And I speak to the Human Services Director quite frequently, and fortunately, she keeps me in the loop on a lot of those issues.
So am I guessing correctly that to combine those into one person for some reason efficiency becomes very cumbersome because part of the reimbursement for that person, part of their pay would have to come from one source and part from another source.
That's one aspect of it. The other thing is that it's just not realistic with the amount of caseload that they have
Okay.
and the work that we need to do that. But I think it's
Special
valid.
nature of the specialty nature of the. work.
Absolutely.
Okay. To find someone that's specialized in two things. would be-
Exactly.
So, I think we're gonna get to the human services budget, and I'm gonna ask you where that lives, I suspect it's the line called contracted services, but we can get there. I mean, my sense of this, and you can hear at least me and maybe, my sense of
I can't
this.
tell you if I'm gonna agree until you tell me what you're gonna say.
Yeah,
I agree.
my sense of this is that I'll speak for myself. I recognize a need. It's gonna be hard to fund this position with this deficit. Right. A way to make it easier to fund this position would be to further that conversation about contract services. If the trend that you just shared with me, paying $390 to $270 an hour for outside services, if those are the rates we're paying for contract services,
We're not for human services.
DHS.
Yeah, we're not.
So
Just to clarify, human services is about 120 an hour. I think that's the last time. Is it more? Has it gone up? Okay. So it's probably gone up because I just reviewed the last contract. I can pull it up here.
I mean,
But it's still not, it's not 390. It's not even as high as 270. I don't think it might be. Let me bring it up and I can tell you for sure. But
well, where my head is at is that this may be the way to figure out how to fund this, is to have part of that new FTE's job be eliminating a line item in the human services expense budget, or at least. Mitch, do you have anything to add? Randy?
I think it's probably necessary to keep up with the load, but it's finding a way to do it as effectively as inexpensively as possible is important in light of the current budget. Thank you for your offer regarding compensation and all that other stuff to act within the spirit of everything else that has to happen to keep us sound.
yeah, absolutely.
I'm concerned not providing additional support creates a much higher level of risk.
Right. Cost would be much higher.
I am more concerned about what gets missed and the subsequent problems that could be caused by that.
Right. Right, in terms of either judgments or court costs.
Is it safe for me to fund this position and not quibble over whether it's doing HR or human services work?
No, I'd like to see if there are potential savings elsewhere, but I support the position. Okay, strongly.
I think I said that with the caveat that let's get it done as possible.
Okay, thank you, Peter.
Yeah.
Let's keep cruising through this.
Okay, manager.
I gotta find myself.
43. I guess.
And I'm sorry, the amount for the human services attorneys is only 200, but it's $200 an hour, which is a significant discount compared to what you would see elsewhere.
Okay.
So just so you're aware.
County manager. I'll observe the obvious. We funded a new FTE, which is a deputy county manager, and sitting in the back of the room. And that's why you're seeing this salaries and wages go from 382 to 610.
That and the compensation analysis.
That and and increased
3%.
wages. Yep. And the 3%.
The overage in 24 is due to the fact that that ARPA number was not budgeted. So the budget in 24 was actually 539,000. So that overage is almost, and is that ARPA?
Will you say that one more time? What is your actual 2024 without ARPA?
539, 540.
What else do we need to know about your budget?
I mean, I think you've pointed out that the key difference was adding the deputy position.
Employee appreciation.
Kind of cut some of the, but in particular areas that you might add when you add a new position, like the dues and registrations, those kinds of things. But we're keeping it level for the time being. And then we do need to, with respect to that ARPA expense, we do need to book that expense this fiscal year. So something that's gonna need to come to you at some point, whether that's in some of the things we've discussed and how it might be used or other options.
Okay.
Yeah, there's not much difference here other than the addition of that position.
Is employee appreciation going down $8,000 because you're funding it out of another budget?
I have-
What do you tend to spend that money on, that line item on?
End of year party?
And we used to do the merit awards out of there if you wanted to do them. Or volunteer of the year award if you wanted to do them. It was
Aldi
just-
party,
Yeah,
which we discussed as a team this year that we're gonna do in a different way to save some money. We discussed this quite a bit as a leadership team, and the message that gets sent internally in the org for spending money on these kinds of things versus funding a compensation analysis, or the other message of, and I think I shared at the beginning, that we can't afford our government right now. And certain things have optics on them, and including how our employees look at them.
Okay. We're not here to discuss this, but I know that we didn't do the Christmas party in 2020. A task force was convened to discuss how to do employee recognition. It feels like an outstanding need, and it might not need a dollar amount on it, but
I don't
I don't think as a culture we do the kinds of things I see other organizations do. Every once in a while we read a resolution. Sometimes we forget.
I agree.
I think we can do better. But I don't know if we do better by spending more money. Does our HR director have a thought on that?
So when I first got here, there was a committee that was formed that was given the charter to address recognition. And there were some options that were brought forward, and some of them had dollar amounts attached to them. And so because of that, it was kind of the mentality of the group that had come together and spent, I think, over a year working on these things. The sentiment was, this really isn't as valuable as you're telling us it is, because there really is a $50 amount behind it. And something that we gathered from surveys was that that is a critical element for recognition.
A critical element for recognition is dollars.
Yes.
I'm going to trust your opinion over mine.
I wonder if that survey would be the same if we were funding our compensation the way we should be. Because that's the Maslow hierarchy of needs. The lowest level is what you need to survive, right? And how you're competitive in your pay. And then you move up from there.
Our understanding of psychology is a good bit more nuanced than today. Maslow wrote that triangle 25 years ago, 30 years ago.
There are so many opportunities, like you mentioned, that are not going to cost anything. that simply cost man hours, human hours. It takes effort, it takes intention. And, you know, we can talk about the capacity of the HR department if it gets to my turn, but that needs to be a culture shift. It can't be something that's the onus of one division.
So, I mean, I'll just share what I'm reacting to is we have high turnover rates. We're framing it as a salary problem. It certainly is partly a salary problem. Study after study after study shows it has as much to do with your satisfaction at work as it does to do with the number on your paycheck. When I see us reducing employee appreciation investments by $8,000, at the same time, we're trying to figure out how to fund $1.3 million because that's the scale of the problem. I see it's a little bit out of whack to me. And so this is something that we don't have to solve it during the budget year necessarily, but if we want to focus on turnover, we have to focus on employee appreciation as well. And I don't know what that means to our budget, but.
Well, maybe it's most effective if it's at the division level. The funds are at the division level because then the individual that knows the people knows how to motivate them. Knows how to share that they are appreciated and valued. At the high level of county manager, we might be disconnected from the people that are doing the work and not really know how to express that appreciation.
The reason we don't do it that way is to ensure consistency, right? Appreciation in one area, not in another. It's part of the reason but Carol Ann's right. It's all of our work. It's all of our jobs, not just HR's. Yeah.
I mean,
No, nothing.
my takeaway from this conversation is, we're not going to meaningfully change the financial future of this organization by $8,000 at a time. We can meaningfully change the trajectory of this organization by improving morale. And I think it's worth investing in. If staff thinks that there are dollars that can be spent to improve morale that are not directly salary dollars. So I don't know if that's direction. That's just something that I want to ask to think about a little bit and maybe make that number a little higher or bring us an alternative.
I understand what you're saying because you gotta feel loved too, but I'm also willing to take the recommendation of the folks that sat down off staff to talk about it. And think that every bit that you can put into for example, whatever the final result is on what we decide on this, whatever the salary structure is a good use of that money. Now, granted, that much money is going to turn out to be that much money on a paycheck. It's pennies on the dollar or something. Very few pennies on the dollar, as a matter of fact. 8,000 over, you said 1.3 million. I thought it was more like about 3.5.
The comp analysis portion of that.
Yeah.
It's smaller.
So that's $32. The math that you suggested, $8,000 divided by 250 is $32. Anyway.
I'm just swinging you back to the next budget.
What's that?
It's time to swing you back to the next.
Yep.
Budget.
Yep, I was just going to finance. Thank you, Caroline. In finance, this is where a lot of the organization-wide expenses seem to live. Certainly a trend to see it go for we're not alone and seeing is that about a 50% year-over-year increase. Have we rebid that?
Not that I'm aware.
Which one?
I'm looking at
Where are you at?
property and liability insurance on page 44. I'm seeing it
So CTSI,
by about 50%.
CTSI.
Is that can anybody help contextualize that increase? Is there anything we can do about that?
It's a good question.
Does have an impact for sure.
Yeah.
The glass case has an impact, but I would think that it wouldn't impact property and
Sure it would.
Yeah, it is.
It's part of the
Liability.
prop.
That was just,
Yeah, that's the line it would come out of, sure.
yeah, the liability portion, but unless we had increase in,
So CTSI did advise about a month or two ago that they did see increases to the entire plan as a whole, affecting all counties that participate. There is a percentage that is addressed specifically to the county based on payouts. I don't believe that is why you see that huge amount in terms of that specific percentage, but by overall, did have increases.
Okay, and that's one contract. All
CT,
Property and liability, law enforcement, buildings, plows.
it is our entire essentially insurance.
And,
You can answer that.
and we just have to live with that. There's nothing. You know,
Well, no, I mean, the county could absolutely examine whether or not it wants to become self-insured and not use CTSI.
that's
36 counties use CTSI. There are 64 counties. So I will say that most of the larger counties do not use CTSI, but that is because they have the funding to be able to self-insure and risk management and all those. Understand if we did not have CTSI, we'd be creating a new department.
being self-insured in 2021 would have cost us $10 million out of our general fund.
Right.
At least 10 million. Yeah.
Okay. Because that's what CTSI paid out for the Christian Glass settlement, just so that everybody knows what we're talking about.
And that was the maximum under the policy, which allowed us to get there.
Okay. Other observations about the finance budget? Board?
Yeah, Randy, I don't think our no-go places number's right.
Yeah, it shows zeros, what I saw, and it dropped back.
No,
down.
it shows 15,000, and I think we were increasing that.
Let me go back down to that line here first.
45.
Now, I have 2 or 3 questions I was going to ask when we got into this area. Which one you said, 45?
45 is where no-go places is.
Yeah, NOCO places was going to be
That's what I
25,000.
thought. Yeah,
And then there's one other item that falls back somewhere in grants or something like that, which is that historical interpretive grant that's combining with everybody from Denver to US Forest Service to everything else, the
Yes.
Blue Sky Historical Interpretive Grant. But so there wouldn't be any cost to that, to any of the operations, other than there's a grant match in there of about $20,000, but it's spread out over about 3.5 years. So my suggestion would be, I don't know if you have that in anywhere. We talked about.
right now we do not.
I would suggest, putting $10,000 in, which is more than you could possibly spend this year on it. The reality is the average cost of that's going to be about $5,000 a year.
Match.
And that's just a placeholder because, then they'll find out if the grant's awarded.
So 5 or 10 a year.
I would see, well, it's going to be about 5 a year. I'd suggest putting in 10 this year because it's going to be top loaded in the front year and then out in about year 3. And that covers it.
This is irrelevant, so I shouldn't say it, but I can't help myself. Should this be in the commissioner's budget? Should this be in memberships
care where
in the
it is.
commissioner's budget?
Sure, we can put it there.
I mean,
Yeah.
the optics aren't great, but I don't know, that is,
It's going to be about $5,000 a year. We're probably coming under budget and there could be a carryover, but in case the thing goes and gets fired up, it'd be good to have a placeholder in there. Because I don't believe they're going to be billing for a $20,000 check to put in an account somewhere. I think it would be, as the grant went forward through its different phases, there'll be expenses paid and that's how the match will be accounted for.
25 per receipt of the university invoice.
It's a different grant.
That's the NOCO. That's
Oh, okay.
contribution.
It's not the same.
I jumped to
It's
another.
not the ecological one?
No.
Okay.
the ecological survey was also 25, but that I think was gonna come out of this year's.
This year's was coming out of ARPA.
Yeah,
That's this one that's coming out. Okay.
that's in 24.
You mentioned, Rachel, at the beginning, the admin charges, and that's where this lives. The thing I noticed in that study is that the treasurer is included.
Mm.
And I know the treasurer statutorily already charges to outside funds. So
The reason that bullet was on that slide.
yeah. Can we? I don't know if this is a top priority for budget passage this year, but I think a more careful look.
Agreed.
It's probably not going to be good news for us, or for the general fund.
Yeah, we need to look at it for sure.
Thank you. Sorry, you guys, I feel like I'm boring everyone to death here.
Just me. Sure.
Are we state gaming grants? Why are we projecting a lower number? I'd love to see that. But I mean, unless we have data today that shows that we're interacting less frequently with gaming people, which wouldn't follow the general trend that people are gaming more in Central City.
That was one of the last things that Rebecca specifically did before she left. So I would think this number is informed by what happened this year, but we can certainly double check that.
Low on my priority list.
Great.
What's in
Did you want to know?
I-70 projects under expense?
Yeah.
What is that?
I-70 projects.
Yeah, it's on the first section of expense under
I would
finance.
assume that's where we paid our consultant in the past, but I'm looking at Amy. I've got.
That's my guess is that was,
Yeah, it would've
that's
been-
consulting fees, which have radically decreased.
Correct. And so question is about I-70 projects. We've got
Oh,
33,500 budgeted right now.
We used to have about 120. I think that was paying out coffin strategies and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Originally.
Whether that number is correct.
that is correct.
So it,
That's the dues for the I-70 coalition for the CE. And it's about 20,000 for, a little bit of consulting for Cindy. And then a chunk for what we might spend on Becky and Steve.
Okay, and at 33. I mean, it feels low. What's our,
Yeah,
it feels like it's a little low. What are we paying? What's the I-70 coalition now?
13.5.
Okay, so you just got a $20,000 placeholder for additional minimal consulting.
Yeah.
And Becky falls there instead of under the county attorney's office, is that correct?
She's always been in the I-70 project.
She's been under the I-70 line item.
Okay.
Doesn't come out of our office.
Yeah, so I
Which
have,
one's that?
I have 10,000 for, combined services for Steve and Becky, 2,500 for Cindy, and then annual dues for the I-70 coalition is 13.5. The collaborative effort is 75.
Well, I'm just gonna say that I've got a gut feeling that after I ride off into the sunset and wave my hat, not because of that. But that, in the next year or so, I mean, with the transitions taking place, there might be a significant need for some consulting in there. So, and I don't know that it wouldn't be a lot more than that, but all I'm doing is calling into question whether, since we used to spend 120 and you take the I-70 out of that. So you used to spend a little over $100,000 on consulting, and to have $20,000 for consulting at this current moment in time might be optimistic. That's a gut feeling.
Didn't we shift and get our partners in the CE to help contribute to those costs?
That's not in there anymore because the CE doesn't cost anything now. CDOT's handling facilitation, which is part of what's driving it.
So those are the savings that we realized.
did you?
No, these savings here, the amount we paid the CE was very, very minimal. What you saw, the big savings is the difference of what we used to pay Steve Coffin, which was quite a bit.
Commissioner, I do in this 33.5 have 7,500 for CE dues, if that's not correct.
That's not correct. We don't need the 7,500, but I would leave the money in there.
Yeah.
Well, that means you got more for consulting.
So then that's 17.5 total for consulting.
And to be clear, I'm not talking about the dues. I'm talking about, we used to pay Steve Coffin to put effort into the CE, and now we don't.
No, we didn't pay him for the CE. The CE paid, a lot of people paid dues into the CE. Coffin and others were paid out of the CE to do work to administrate that. Coffin, in addition to that, did consulting, strategic consulting to Clear Creek County directly, for which we paid him. And it was, I think, money well spent, but we've moved on to another era now and he's retiring anyway. So the question is, though, at the current moment in time with what's going on there, and we don't have to belabor the details here, and I don't think we should. I'm just saying that the $20,000 a year could be a little bit low, and that's just my advice going out the door, is that I have a hunch that you might be busting the budget in that area in the next year or so. But certainly leaving it at 20 and not reducing it by that 7,500 would be a wise thing to do. We may have a CSS process, for example, going forward, which might generate, and that's going to be in the next few months. That might generate some, and there may be other CSS processes that come out of that as those issues get revisited down the road in the near future. But they may require some consulting and services at that time, like Becky Allman is an example.
I mean, my own sense of this is if we end up needing more services, we'd make a supplemental appropriation maybe.
Yeah, there's that. That's a good idea. I would leave it at 20. I would leave it at where it is right now and own that 7,500 that was dedicated to CE and make a supplemental appropriation if you've got an emergency need.
Yeah. Because I know, I mean, right now it's our staff that's doing that. She's already got a salary. Well, and Cindy. But anyway, if we need the money, you know.
And Becky Holman, which we just discussed, and actually Steve Coffin, who was back in the room with us because we requested his attention to the subject matter.
George, I sent you the gaming.
It's only $50,000, right? It's like,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thanks, Amy.
Which this is where the health clinic debt service fund lives. We're gonna make payments on that. The tune of about $1,000 a year through 2030.
Yeah.
We have, I think there's gonna be a couple years where we don't have funds raised, and that's gonna be a general fund hit.
Okay. I'll just note that comes to the surface about the same time with the current trajectory, general fund.
So. I don't have any other questions, any other sort of oddities or questions that showed up. I do see that you're investing in your building. Assume that's your building that you're investing in. Capital buildings improvements.
That is actually I believe that's the countywide fund.
It is.
So,
Oh,
yeah. Right, so that's the hard part, is that the fund, the amount total for capital outlay and most of the capital is within for the general fund in the finance budget within all departments side of the work done in that department.
okay. That's all I have for human services, or sorry, finance. I had already moved on. Any other resources? You know, is it time for a break?
I think I might be.
Well, I'll just sit here and I'll just keep rambling.
12:45. Are we doing a lunch break?
I know.
So we'll be back between 1:15 and 1:25.
Where do you want to go?
The board isn't. Okay. We are back. We're continuing to discuss the budget
What page are
in a detail that I'm grateful for staff indulging. We have human services next.
Human resources.
Yeah, for an HR.
Human services, and I can go sit down.
No, let's go in alphabetical order. We have human resources next. Before I jump in with questions, especially because I don't have any written down, what would you say to us about your budget this year?
So I cut things that do have disruption attached to them, because that was the ask of us to try to fund the compensation analysis to cut anything that we could. So there are a few things that probably less popular with staff, like ski tickets for the 2025 season. A little funding for the way that we post our ads. We have to pay for it up front, and then we bill the divisions back once we get billed from the provider. But the biggest change really is in salaries and wages, because we had a position that was not classified correctly, and that it wasn't in the right grade. And that jumped quite a few grades in order to put it where it needs to be. And we're not alone in that. That's going to be across the board. Quite a few divisions are having that same issue, where a position has been benchmarked for, I don't know how long, at least 2 years, possibly longer, because of the way that we were doing our benchmarking, in one position per grade rather than each position on its own. So that's the rationale for the increase in salary and wages. And the other thing that's not reflected here, I'm sure you saw it on the unfunded requests, is the request for additional staff member and HR assistant. And really the rationale for that is we've increased services significantly since I got here with no addition to staff. So we're doing it with the same resources, but we're doing so much more. And it's been a hard-won effort to build these relationships to be able to provide a high level of service. And I believe that the county has come to expect that now and appreciate it. But in order to do that, we have to pick and choose where we can prioritize our time. And one of the ways that we saved money in 2022 was we moved our payroll software from a very expensive service to a very inexpensive service. But in doing so, we've now had to add back this Frankenstein style structure of systems to HR for the HRIS platform. So everything now lives in a different space. So payroll is in one space, benefits is in another space, performance management is in another space. We've got learning management now, we've got our PI platform, got all these different places where we have to enter data. I think there's 9 the last I counted. So that's taking away what we were spending on technology and adding it into human hours that it takes to do the manual work. So that was really one of the primary justifications for asking for an additional staff member, which is on the unfunded list and not on my budget, but I thought I would explain.
What is the impact on the organization of a high level of services?
Oh, that's a great question. So over time, because culture shifts come from increased and improved services from the HR department. And that is a shift like the Titanic. It takes time to move it. It's not going to happen overnight. I can't give you like turnover and say, oh, it's gone down this much, because there's a lot of other factors that contribute to that. But I think employee morale, employee engagement, productivity, and just like I mentioned, the level of service that the organization comes to expect from our department, it improves trust throughout the organization, because we now have systems in place that people can rely on us to be consistent and to be fair. One of the areas that I really want to tackle in 2025, which, kind of goes with the request for an assistant county attorney is policy development and policy revisions, because as noticed as well in getting here, we have a lot of outdated policies. We have policies that are fractured in multiple places. Book that's beyond outdated. We really need to understand what we're doing and why we're doing it, and policy drives those things. So we can always go back to, this is the standard, this is why we're doing what we're doing, versus kind of this Wild West off the hip, response to needs has been kind of the behavior or the performance in the past from HR.
And you currently have the same number of FTEs that you had when you were hired.
Yep.
So improved performance, reduced turnover, increased retention capacity, right? Oh, sorry, I'm speaking lowly. Software contract that's the performance improvement software, right?
No, this was when we moved away from UKG. It was like 100,000, I think, or more a year. And then we moved to Springbrook, which was at 10,000 a year. So it was a considerable savings, but then we added on different software that Springbrook didn't have the capacity to hold that data. And one of those is performance management.
Thank you. Thank you. Human services.
I'm still on
Sorry.
human resources. Second.
Say?
Yeah, I'm just looking at 2 or 3 line items here, and I know you addressed one of those because I heard you addressed it, ads and legal notices, that you're looking at how to do that differently in order to save money. That costs.
Yeah, we just don't front load the costs now, which would give us less flexibility in sponsoring job ads when they run out of funds.
Which is about a 68, 69, 70% reduction in cost from $10,000 down to $5,900. And I see wellness operating from 15,000 down to 5,000.
That's the ski tickets.
That's
The ski tickets, we took those out for 2025.
Okay.
So fulfill 2024's obligations with the funds we have now and not renew it for 2025.
and then the outside services, the 24 down to 360, virtually disappeared.
Because that moved. So there were items in that line item that were actually should have been attributed to software contract. So those moved to the appropriate line item. That's why software contract went up and outside services went down.
Okay. All right. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sarah Casano, Human Resources. This is a very complicated budget.
Human services.
Understand, Human Services. I'm going to continue to get this wrong. You can feel free to keep correcting.
Was recourses at one point, so. Human recourses.
I wasn't going to mess it up.
Good.
It's fixed.
It's fixed.
It's passed.
Sarah, Director Casano. What should we know about your budget and how it's changed?
We, in looking at supporting the salary comp analysis, looked at different things that we might be able to cut from the budget. So one of the things that we're recommending is that we don't hire for the prevention outreach worker position, because we haven't been able to fill it for 2 years. And I think Caroline spoke to this earlier. It's hard to know if we can't fill it because it's funded at such a low kind of salary range, or there's another reason why we just haven't had any applicants for that position. But we also looked at kind of what we were projecting to spend in different areas, like out-of-home placement and our contract services with our legal firm that we contract with. So those are different areas that we were hopeful that we could save in. We also just talked about maybe contracting our eligibility worker position out. I don't think that would be a huge savings because all of our positions are covered at least 80% by the state. So there's not a huge savings when we cut a position. At most, it's 20,000 a year.
Okay. Thank you.
That's a really important point. If we have some pretty critical human services that are really important to our community that cut is only a 20% cut when it comes to personnel. A lot of that. That's a really important point to think about.
And I would say every position in our department now is tied to statutorily required services. So there isn't anything that we can cut that we aren't also tied to timeframes that are dictated by the state or the feds. We don't have the luxury of just saying, we're not going to provide that service, or we're going to cut back on doing that service. We have to meet deadlines in every different program area that we work in.
You need to accomplish casework completed and a lot of stuff. There are requirements, minimums.
And your budget currently reflects 100% funding of the wage study.
Right.
And the therapist job title, that's our in-house psychologist. Is that's full-time dedicated to us,
Correct.
and we're fully utilizing it?
Right. And the number that's actually in here, sorry, I didn't catch this earlier, is she's only 30 hours a week. And this number is if she were 40 hours a week. That position, that number should be a little bit lower, and it's 100% funded through our core services funding. So zero cost to the county.
So the wage study showing it's 37% off that position is, part of that is explained by the fact it's a 3/4 FTE.
Right.
What I'm seeing, the big changes jumping out to me are in going up or child welfare, 64,000 to 240,000, and then child welfare OOH, 80,000 to 250,000. Those are a couple of big ones. Can you just tell us what those are about?
So the and it's a guess. This is how much we think we might spend next year. Part of that, we can look at who do we have in out-of-home placement now and what's the cost, but we don't know what we don't know. Like, we don't know what we might receive a referral on, or have to have kids in out-of-home placement tomorrow even.
Okay, again, at the top of page 51, fourth line down, second line has nothing in it, but for 24 and 25, I'm seeing 64,000 moving to 240,000. So that's a 400% increase almost. And that's reflected similarly with a 300% increase in out-of-home placement from 2024. So you're saying although if I look back to 2023, those 2025 line items are not that far out of line.
So I think hopefully 2024 will be the norm for us, and that we won't have a lot of spending for out-of-home placement, because we have been paying a lot of money towards prevention services and kind of front loading. So we don't have those removals, but we're not sure what it'll look like in 2025. So just based on years prior, that's why we guess 250. But you're right, 2024 was only 80. And we also took out, there was you see just a couple lines down, the TRCCF, that's our therapeutic residential childcare facilities. So like a residential treatment program for a kid.
Mm-hmm.
There was funding set aside in that account that we just felt like that seems kind of odd to just have a chunk in that, because it's not sectioned out in any other place for us in terms of this. Put whatever funding was in that back into out-of-home placement, because it's really all the same cost.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
I see Title 4A expenses, and I don't see Title 4A revenues. Help me understand that. I see mental health and substance abuse expenses. And that's federal funding, right?
I feel like that is our core, that's related to our core, but I also know that Tracy is on. Show that Tracy Troya is on. She was.
That's
Yeah.
related to core.
I got her. Tracy, if you can hear us, I'm promoting you to a panelist. She might have stepped away from her computer.
And I,
There she goes.
Oh, wait, just kidding. Sorry.
All right, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Hi,
Took
Tracy.
a minute there. Sorry, everyone. Couple things to speak to here. When there was question about child welfare, revenue versus the expense on child welfare out of home. Those are our out of home expenses. Those are reimbursed at an 80-20%. So that's why you see if we have the 240, and there are a couple typos in here as well. That we have brought to the attention of finance that we will have changed in the next presentation. But there, and then also our sub-adopt against our sub-adopt revenue, I'm sorry, backwards, that is an 80-20 and then a 90-10 reimbursement. So with the increase, you also see the increase in revenue, but based off spending, the reimbursement will remain the same. Back to the 4A mental health and 4A substance abuse. Those are currently right now 100% reimbursed through our core services. So you would see that up top in core service.
So let me make sure I understand this right. If the state is reimbursing us, not based on our budget, but based on what we actually spend.
Correct.
But in terms of what we enter into the budget, we put $250,000 in child welfare out of home placement. We put 80% of that in a revenue line somewhere. Is that correct?
correct, yeah.
Yes.
Right. And that's why child welfare shows up above in revenue. I get it. That was my question earlier, what was going on with revenue and what was going on down there. Now I understand it.
Yeah. Okay, a couple more things. I see here a childcare program. I should have asked this question years ago. What are those dollars doing?
Childcare, let's see where are we at
I'm
here.
looking at page 51.
So the childcare program, those are our direct assistance for childcare. So when we reimburse for childcare assistance, those are reimbursed back to us at 100%. We are responsible for an MOE. That MOE is 20,912, the line item above that. Whether we use that or not, that is something that is county only money.
Oh, so those are both the CCAP program.
Those are
Okay.
both CCAP program.
Okay.
One is direct services, one is MOE, and then up at the top, salary and wages, you'll see. Again, there's a few typos that we're working with finance on to spread those out. Those are admin fees, all part of CCAP
Okay,
reimbursement.
thank you. I would love to see you accomplish the